Chapter 1339. While the group was talking, Taoist Pure Sun had finished attracting all the skeletons on the ship. He was surrounded by one layer of foes after another, but their mad onslaught couldn't wound him. Li Qia loudly shouted at the Taoist. "Lead them to the side and I'll throw them into the sea, that's the best solution." He added, "Get ready, I'm about to do it. Don't fall down or even I can't save you." The Taoist was about to say something, but a loud blast resounded. Li Qia activated his world seal and turned into the yin-yang immortal refining mirror. Two rays that consisted of yin and yang rushed out and struck the area next to the Taoist. Under the might of the bright yin and yang, bones began to crack. All the skeletons were blown into the sea. Even the Taoist was knocked away. However, the Taoist was indeed capable. He rushed back against the current as the mirror's light pierced his body. His body was cracking apart as pieces of flesh flew with the wind. Without a doubt, this light was able to harm him. Despite little pieces coming off here and there, the wounds immediately closed in an unbelievable fashion. With some more explosions, all the skeletons were sent into the sea and out of sight. The Taoist heaved a sigh of relief after making contact with the deck once more. He revealed a forced smile and said, "Brother Li, you almost killed me there with that move." Li Qia glanced at him and replied, "Just that can kill you? You have the ancient purity blade. If you can't even survive that, I would be very disappointed. Unless those old geezers are crazy, they wouldn't have let you run around with it if you weren't strong enough." The Taoist smiled in response. "Are you praising or attacking me?" At this time, Fairy came forward and looked at the glowing golden body of the Taoist. She tilted her head and curiously asked, "Is your body very tough?" The Taoist didn't know how to respond. He wasn't one to brag, but he ended up saying, "It's not bad, I can handle 1 or 2 cuts." "May I try?" She looked at him with innocent eyes. "Okay, try it." The Taoist didn't mind. Even though Fairy's beauty was matchless, no matter how he looked at it, she was only a delicate girl who couldn't even catch a chicken. Moreover, those innocent eyes were completely harmless. She reached out with her finger and pointed it at the Taoist's shoulder. "Watch it." Li Qia had been looking at the rudder this whole time. He was completely aghast the moment he saw her finger touch him. It was too late. The Taoist was too confident. Even an attack from a god monarch couldn't hurt him, let alone a weak girl like Fairy, so he calmly accepted this attack. Bang! With a loud blast, he was instantly blown away. Blood spattered everywhere as a horrifying hole appeared where his shoulder should be. The Taoist's strength was without question. With the cultivation of a god king on top of his diamond physique, he should have been unbeatable. However, the weak touch of Fairy immediately pierced his shoulder. His physique couldn't withstand this blow, so he was blown away into the sea. Luckily, in this swift moment, Li Qia turned extremely fast and immediately pulled the falling Taoist back from the sea. Otherwise, he would have fallen in there for good. This scene shocked everyone. Not to mention Xueqi. Even the 2 girls were astounded with their eyes wide open. Even if the 2 of them worked together, conventional methods wouldn't be able to break the Taoist's physique. They would have to resort to their extraordinary immortal physique strikes. But now, Fairy's soft finger completely annihilated his physique and shoulder. Just how horrifying was this? The Taoist forgot to say thanks to Li Qia for saving him. He stared at Fairy as if she was a ghost. The experience just now was too much for him. He wasn't one for loud fanfares, but he had great confidence in his abilities. For example, Meng Zhentian. This was someone famed for being powerful, but this type of existence still wouldn't be able to break his physique this casually with one finger. If Meng Zhentian could carry out such a feat, he wouldn't be Meng Zhentian but a real immortal emperor. Damn! Is this an immortal emperor? Even his elegant self resorted to vulgarity at this moment while staring at Fairy in fear. In fact, the girls were afraid as well. As for Xueqi, his butt was already on the ground. Fairy looked at him and earnestly commented, "So weak." If anyone else were to say this, Pure Sun would think that they were mocking him. However, her serious expression and pure eyes made it clear that she wasn't being rude on purpose. Others weren't qualified to mock someone as strong as him, but he didn't feel angry when it came from Fairy. "I'm really weak indeed." He wryly smiled while bandaging his wound. He had no choice but to face his own weakness at this moment. Li Qia smiled and said, "Losing to her is nothing to be ashamed of. If she truly becomes angry, Only a handful of people in the 9 heavens and 10 earths could survive 10 moves from her. Even if the old men crawl out from their graves, they still won't be able to do much. The Taoist had nothing to say about this defeat. There wasn't much to think about when she could break his physique with a single finger. The two girls carefully observed Fairy once more. From her appearance alone, she didn't look like an invincible existence. However, her attack from earlier proved otherwise. She was truly invincible. Meanwhile on the deck, Qianbei swallowed his saliva. He felt a bit thirsty and didn't know whether he should feel regretful or scared. With respect to regret, it was because he sold such an invincible fairy for the price of a cabbage, relatively speaking. As for fear, he actually carried the wooden coffin in secrecy for so long. Moreover, he slammed it more than just once or twice. If during this process, Fairy were to come out and found him annoying, he would be rendered to dust in just one strike, a death without a burial. Thinking of such terrible consequences made him break out in cold sweat. He had narrowly and unwittingly avoided a disaster. Is everyone this weak now? Perplexed, she asked Li Qia while looking at him with a hint of curiosity. The others were speechless. Most of the groups here could travel through the world proudly, especially the Taoist who was stronger than Ruyan and Zhenshi. However, Fairy made it sound like they wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike, as if they were as insignificant as ants. But the Taoist had no desire of refuting her. Fairy was indeed qualified to call him weak after the earlier event. Xiong Qianbei, on the other hand, was indeed a minor character. If the Taoist's group was weak, then someone like him wasn't qualified to even be an ant. Li Qie smiled wryly after hearing this. He gently stroked her hair and said, "Times are different. Some people will have to face a few things in the end. Across the eras, many invincible existences have died, so the inhabitants of all races are no longer flourishing at the apex. What we have now is reasonable." Fairy contemplated this answer. Li Qie gently sighed and continued, "One day, the world will return to the apex. However, this isn't a good thing at all. When that day comes, the calamity will come once more. Wane comes after the zenith. This is an inescapable natural order." Chapter 1340. Li Qie's comment was quite mystifying to the listeners. They couldn't understand many things he spoke of. Fairy kept on thinking with her eyes flashing brightly. Ultimately, she became confused again since these short bursts of elucidation weren't enough. Li Qie smiled and returned to the rudder. His hands lit up with narrow runes that formed a stream of light. They slowly flowed like time itself and seemingly had their own life. These runes wrapped around the shutter and drilled inside. The ship's speed increased while giving off a difficult-to-describe sensation. It looked like a stream of water was wishing to fill the entire bone ship. Ruyan immediately asked, "What are you doing, young noble?" He smiled and continued to control the flowing runes. "Taking control of the bone ship in order to lead it to wherever I want." "They can be controlled?" Zhenshi was surprised to hear this. The common belief was that these ships couldn't be controlled. Those who board could only let the ships drift wherever they wanted. Of course, they also had the option to switch ships during the journey. Li Qie smiled in response. "That depends on the person. If you understand the mysteries and fundamental essences of the Bone Sea, then you can remove its restrictions and control the ship regardless of one's strength. Of course, the stronger you are, the stronger the ship will be after the takeover. It is quite a big mystery within the grand scheme of things." Having said that, the entire ship lit up. It was made out of some strange bones and after waking up, it radiated a warm feeling like jade. One could see the long flowing runes spread across the ship. They were quite delicate and exquisite, making the entire ship look like a carved masterpiece. Upon closer inspection, one would find that these runes were quite complex. There was vegetation as well as rare beasts. They carried a natural and vast aura of antiquity. It seemed that something was recorded in these patterns. The group carefully looked at them but couldn't read any of it. Even though they could feel a sentimental sadness, its mysteries still eluded them. Only Fairy was relishing their presence in full immersion. She eventually murmured, "Everything grows until the world restarts." The group was a bit shaken after hearing this. It seemed that this sentence encompassed an eternal secret. Among the long eras, there has not been one that was considered the end of time just yet. Li Qie shook his head. It could only be considered a collapse. A real destruction is where all things cease to be and time itself becomes ashes. When will that day come? She looked at him with limpid eyes. Li Qie pondered for a moment before answering. It will certainly come, since the great era is not far off. The startled group seemed to realize that they had just overheard an unbelievable secret. The Taoist couldn't help but ask Li Qie, will the world truly be destroyed? He didn't answer the Taoist. Fairy continued to stare at Li Qie as if she wanted to find out the answer from him. He made a statement instead. As long as I am still in this world, that day won't come. Everything will continue as is before I receive a convincing answer from the villainous heavens. If what lies above the 9 firmaments does not give me an answer, then I shall take it down and make my own. It was a very solemn statement. He aimed it at Fairy, not the rest of the group. The girls glanced at each other. They didn't know what this answer Li Qie was seeking or why he desired it. They were quite curious, but they didn't dare to ask because, judging from his expression, it was a very important matter. Fairy's eyes kept switching from brightness to confusion as her memories were still a blur. She sincerely replied, even though I don't remember much and my past is a blank, you are definitely greater than me and worthy of admiration. Li Qie laughed in response. It would sound quite sarcastic from anyone else, but I feel quite happy when you say it. Of course, his expression betrayed his words. Shortly after, he gently shook his head. Our lives are different, and the same goes for our worth. With regards to greatness and unfathomability, the truth is that I'm no match for you. She carefully pondered before rejecting the notion. No, I have never thought about such a distant question since I have yet to reach that level. Outside of surviving and looking at other sentient beings, I have never explored other matters as I have missed the best era. In such an era, I failed to pursue the true meaning at the end of the world. Li Qie responded. No, this is why you are incredible and worthy of admiration. In your heart are other living beings, compassion and mercy. All of this changed the era itself. I am different from you. You have too many worries and things you care about in your heart, while I only think of myself and the answer, nothing else. Thus, on this path, other existences are only fleeting passers-by. I show no mercy to anyone or anything that tries to block my path, and I will never stop for any reason. If I am ruthless incarnate, then you are the embodiment of compassion. He ended this with a self-deprecating smile. Fairy looked at him with eyes that seemed to stare straight at his soul. A while later, she solemnly asked, are you truly willing to give up everything? Is there nothing in this world that you care about? Li Qie chose to stay quiet, so he didn't answer her question. Baz! At this time, the runes finally lit up the entire ship. This vessel now looked like a piece of carved white jade. A pleasant and crisp noise resounded. Runes in the shape of gears of different colors emerged near the rudder. It looked like each gear was made out of bronze. Their appearance issued a cranking mechanical sound. Li Qie was glad to see these runes and immediately moved the rudder. Under his influence, the gears shifted and the ship began to move towards his desired destination. Success! The group rejoiced after seeing Li Qie effortlessly controlling the ship. Li Qie smiled and told the group, good. Sit tight, it's time to accelerate. The whole ship turned bright. The runic gears by the rudder rapidly spun. Swoosh! The group all shook a little. The bone ship was now traveling at an unbelievable velocity through the winds and waves. It was actually jumping in the air above the water due to Li Qie's control. Their ship quickly passed by many other bone ships, leaving them in the dust. A lot of people had boarded before Li Qie, so they had a head start. However, they could only sit still and let the other ships slowly drift away while Li Qie's ship sped towards the Bone Sea. Many were stunned and thought that they were just seeing things. A person commented in disbelief, how outrageous! Is there actually a bone ship that fast in this world? At such speeds, it won't take more than an hour to get to the Bone Sea, while it would take us more than 10 days drifting like this. Someone who had been there before calculated the time. Of course, not all the ships were drifting towards the Bone Sea. Some were drifting away. Some had skeletons while others were completely empty. Qianbei noticed the empty ships and asked, why are some of the ships empty? It shows that some people have boarded them in the past and killed off the skeletons before abandoning them, so these ships continue to float. Even though Pure Sun hadn't been to the Bone Sea before, he still knew quite a bit. Chapter 1341. Li Qie continued to let the ship sail at great speeds, leaving the other ships drifting along far behind them. Along the way, there was a bone ship with a single passenger going back. This was indeed quite rare. Right now, the reason why everyone was rushing towards the Bone Sea was because of the object of immortality. The feast was just beginning, so who would be willing to leave this early? Li Qie suddenly turned the ship and blocked the bone ship drifting back. Li Qie teased the person on the ship. "Hey gorgeous, where are you going? Want to ride?" Standing there was a woman with a graceful demeanor. She wore a yellow dress and had an unparalleled noble demeanor as if she was an empress. She angrily glared at him and said, "Be a good boy and call me master instead of being a pest. Forget it, don't try and take advantage of being my master." Li Qie grinned and asked, "I crossed countless lands just to see you, yet this is all you have to say to me?" She maintained her vexing glare. "You came just to find me? Please, in my eyes, you are just here to show off." Li Qie laughed in response. "I can't do anything if you think of me like that. I can only lament my luck for picking a master like you." This woman was Su Yonghuang, the person that Li Qie had been searching for. He wasn't surprised to see her here at the Bone Sea. It was the same for her to see Li Qie because she had heard of his glorious tales already. She unhappily quipped, "Don't act like this before me." There was a hint of charm in her noble temperament. However, her expression became slightly happier. She knew she would meet him eventually since he was in heaven's spirit and was glad to meet an acquaintance in a foreign land. Ruyan's group found it astonishing after listening in to this conversation. They didn't expect for Li Qie to have a master, a young beauty at that. However, judging by their demeanors, their relationship was quite strange. The master didn't act like a master and neither did the disciple. The two were completely different from each other. He smilingly asked, "I'm going to take a look at the Bone Sea, are you going with me or not?" Su Yonghuang shook her head. "No, I was just there. I'm leaving for the God-halt continent to find the Undying Gate since I received some clues about it." He asked, "What kind of clues?" Yonghuang didn't hide anything from Li Qie. "The ancestor left behind some things and I just so happened to find them. It'll be good if I can find the missing treasure." Having said that, she took out a diagram. It was made by combining two different drawings. Li Qie took it and said, "You obtained this piece from the Miner's End School?" She answered, "Yes, I'm following the clues from it, so I want to go to the Undying Gate. From what little I've heard, the gate is probably still there." Li Qie took a good look at the drawing and murmured, "What a guy, Immortal Emperor Busi. He indeed hit it back then. It has something to do with Immortal Emperor Busi?" She was slightly startled although confused. He looked at her and asked, "Don't tell me you don't know what this drawing records?" She replied, "I only know that this was a clue left behind by the ancestor. After arriving here, I found out that it has something to do with the Undying Gate." After taking a careful look at the drawing, Li Qie revealed, "I don't actually know where your ancestor went back then, but since he obtained this, I know exactly what he wanted to do." Having said that, he drew a circle on the map. "If you can't find the treasure at the Undying Gate, then go to this place instead." Since he came with half of the map, I'm sure he knew about this matter. He definitely didn't only come for the woman. "I'm not sure about this. Where is this place?" She revealed a beautiful smile and took the map for a look at the place Li Qie circled. "A very dangerous location." Li Qie replied in a serious manner, "If you can't find anything at the Undying Gate, then you can go take a look. However, do not rush in, wait for me to catch up first." "I will." She memorized his words and nodded her head before putting the diagram away. "When I finish dealing with some matters here, I'll go find you at God-halt." Li Qie noticed that she was anxious to find the lost treasure from her ancestor and didn't try to stop her. "Come fast." She glared at him before glancing at Ruyan and Gensher. "Stop your philandering too." Li Qie laughed and let go of her bone ship so that it could drift again. "Oh, young noble, is she really your master?" Ruyan charmingly smiled while watching Yonghuang's departing figure. Li Qie continued to grin without answering this question. Of course, the group noticed that something was strange about their relationship. No one would believe that they were master and disciple. "Don't tell me you have something going on with your master?" I smelled a little jealousy from her words earlier. Ruyan chuckled with her lovely sparkling eyes. One's heart would itch after seeing her playful appearance. She happily continued. "So you are someone who likes this kind of play between master and disciple?" Li Qie didn't explain or refute this kind of teasing and continued to drive the bone ship forward. The bone sea was vast, but no one knew the exact size of it. At this time, they have already sailed through a large area, but it could only be considered the entrance. He shouted, "Sit tight, we're about to enter the real bone sea. You better grab onto something or else you'll fall off. No one can save you then." The group quickly stabilized their bodies. Xiong Qianbei took it a step further by tying himself to the ship with a rope. Boom! The wave suddenly rose in a wild manner as if it was affected by a powerful force. An unbelievable scene appeared before everyone. The water rushed forward, but it was heading straight for the sky instead of an area with less water. It kept on rushing forward straight towards the boundless sky as if it was being pulled on by an extremely powerful force. Not many would be able to observe this bizarre scene since it was most likely unique to the Bone Sea. The entire ship was chaotically swaying on top of the water and appeared to be on the verge of capsizing. Li Qie drove the ship and shouted at the group, "Hold on!" The water carried an unimaginable momentum, so Li Qie began to lose control. He could only let the ship follow the current up into the sky. Rumble! The ship frantically quaked. To the dismay of its passengers, it felt like the ship would break apart at any moment. The group was strong enough to stabilize their bodies, but they were still dizzy from the crazy shaking of the current. If Li Qie didn't remind them earlier, they would have been in some embarrassing state at this moment. Xiong Qianbei suffered the most despite having tied himself to the ship. He lost all sense of direction and limped around on the spot. This seemed to be the end of the world. The heaven and earth were about to break apart alongside heaven's spirit itself. Everything turned dark and was on the verge of disappearing. Outside of blaring explosions, nothing else was in sight. This situation persisted for a long time. Eventually, the clamor and quaking stopped. Everything became quiet once more. At this time, the group found that they were weightless. Even powerful cultivators like them couldn't control themselves in this state and could only let their bodies float in the air. Li Qie spoke with a smile at the confused group. "Grab onto something around you. If you fly out of the ship, then that would be the end. You will disappear from this world." He led the way out of the ship towards the deck while holding on to the hull. Li Qie sat down with both hands on the deck to stabilize his body while speaking. "This is a rare spectacle. All of you, come and take a look. Perhaps you will gain something from this." The group copied Li Qie's method to come to the deck. They buckled down to avoid floating out of the ship. Qianbei relied on his ropes again. He wasn't as strong as the others, so his life would be over if he made a single mistake. Chapter 1342. At this time, the group was sitting on the deck with Li Qie to watch the outside scene. It was a vast emptiness with darkness as the centerpiece. Looking forward, they seemed to be heading towards the sky vault. This area was simply too empty. There was no end in sight, making it seem as if this place was unimaginably vast. Just like Li Qie's ship, all the other ones lost their weight as well. In this particular state, everything floated upward with the bow on top. Some cultivators on certain ships failed to stabilize their bodies and dropped out of the ship. They looked like meteors with their screams echoing across the entire area before disappearing into the dark expanse. Others shuddered after hearing such pitiful cries. They subconsciously held onto the ships even tighter to avoid falling off. "What is down there?" Qianbei looked down and saw a creepy darkness. He grabbed onto the deck as well since he felt that the rope alone was not safe enough. "A dead zone," Li Qie replied without looking back. "Get ready, miracles are about to happen. It is up to your own fortune whether you can obtain anything or not." Having said that, various colored lights of all shapes flashed in the sky. They looked like gems carved into space itself. The ships continued to float upward. Eventually they made it to the end. Many cultivators looked curiously around with greed in their eyes. Treasures were floating everywhere. A seemingly endless amount was scattered in this void. Ruyan's group was shaken as well. They came from imperial lineages and were no strangers to treasures, but this was their first time seeing so many floating around in the void like this. There were all kinds of them, not limited to just weapons and jewels. Some were simply indescribable. Not far from Li Qie's ship was a large palace made out of gold. It was lit up in flames as if it was the palace of a sun god. Its gates were shut tight, so who knows what treasures lie beyond them. "What is that over there?" Jianshi pointed at a spectacle in the distance. There was an active volcano in this void, spewing out bubbling magma. However, this magma was actually a golden liquid. Occasionally, the volcano would spew out treasures instead of scorching magma. They consisted of seals, bright jewels, discs, and mysterious vessels. However, after gushing upward, they would fall back into the volcanic crater. The other experts took note of this volcano as well. One started drooling and had to lick his lips. If you obtain this volcano, you could feed an entire great power. Xueqi smiled while looking at this volcano. In the distant past, there was a divine beast who devoured treasures from all over the world. The more it swallowed, the more powerful it became. Xueqi immediately inquired, "This volcano is a divine beast?" Xueqi gently shook his head. "No, even the bones of this beast no longer exist. The most precious part of its body should be its stomach. Even though it has died with nothing left, its stomach was too precious and was able to be preserved. That's because all the treasures are stored there." Xueqi understood what happened. This gigantic volcano-shaped stomach contained numerous treasures. The bone ship continued onward. After a while, a treasure floated by Xueqi's group. It was a wooden chest that made strange vibration noises, as if there was something alive inside that was occasionally shaking. Ruyan heard a phoenix cry from the chest and asked, "Is something alive in there?" "A phoenix, maybe?" "How could that be?" "The treasure inside doesn't matter. The chest itself is the important part. The phoenix hymn you are hearing and why it is shaking has nothing to do with the treasure inside. It is the wooden chest itself." Xueqi shook his head. Ruyan asked, "What kind of treasure is it?" He took a look before replying, "It isn't a treasure, just a precious chest made out of wondrous wood. Rumor has it that in the ancient times, if one used immortal phoenix wood to make a chest, it could change rotten items into magical items, a common pheasant into a phoenix." "A pheasant into a phoenix? Really?" Taoist Pure Sun's eyes lit up. Xueqi answered, "Who knows? I haven't tried it. If you can get it, then you can give it a shot." The Taoist was immediately tempted and quickly summoned a treasure. It was a long rope that aimed for the chest at lightning speed in order to pull it back. However, when it almost wrapped around the chest, it failed to make contact. The rope fell into the dark expanse. "Interesting." The Taoist turned serious. He stretched out one hand that had a golden glow. It was empowered by his immortal physique. The sound of bones breaking immediately came when he almost touched the chest. He was aghast and withdrew his hand with his fastest speed. He saw his arm bloodied and completely broken, a truly horrifying scene. The girls took deep breaths after seeing this. Even under the power of the diamond physique, his arm was still shattered. In fact, the other cultivators saw a few treasures drifting by and became tempted just like the Taoist. They quickly took action, resulting in screams. All the ones who tried to grab the items failed. The good cases ended with grievous injuries while those who were worse off ended in their deaths. Some of them still didn't give up. They tied their bodies to the ships with rope and flew out in order to reach some treasures. Ah! More screams echoed across the void. These cultivators and their ships fell into the darkness along with all the other passengers. Xueqi shook his head and told his group, "The treasures here can't be forcefully obtained." At this time, Ruyan pointed at a bronze sword in the distance. "See that sword? It looks like the one on your back." The Taoist looked over and found a sword floating in a faraway corner of the void. It looked exactly like the one he was carrying. The only difference was that his sword looked much older while the floating one still emitted a dazzling light. He subconsciously touched his ancient purity blade and wondered if that was an identical blade. Ruyan chuckled and commented, "Don't tell me your blade from the ancient spirit island was picked up from this place by your ancestor, immortal Emperor Guchun?" "I don't know." The Taoist smiled wryly. He would never believe that there was an identical sword to his own if he didn't see it with his own eyes. "Your sword is quite good. Of course, that one over there isn't bad either." Xueqi looked at the sword and smiled at him. At this point, the Taoist felt some doubt about the origin of his sword. Even though it was said to be his ancestor's true treasure, they, as the younger generation, didn't know whether it was created by him or if it had some other origin. Xiong Qianbei suddenly shouted and pointed far ahead. "What about that?" The group turned around and saw the darkest world they had ever seen. It seemed to be a terrifying black hole capable of devouring all light. Not a single glimmer of light could escape from its maw. Chapter 1343. There was actually a skull in this black hole. It had been affected since it was completely black like ink and seemingly fused with the black hole itself. Without looking closely, one wouldn't be able to see the skull at all. Onlookers would be confused by this scene from not knowing whether if it was the skull that gave birth to the black hole or vice versa. Perhaps it was the skull that was absorbing all the light instead. People couldn't distinguish the fundamental cause of this phenomenon. It was very strange, and judging by its shape, it was definitely not a human skull. It was too bizarre for description. In short, its particular awkwardness was not in tune with the common perception of skulls. Because of this, the spectators became instinctively uncomfortable. It was as if the eye sockets were peering into their inner darkness. As one gazed longer at this black hole, they would eventually notice the skull even though it blended in so well. Ruyan's group found it quite strange. They felt the same dreadful sensation as the others as they were made aware of the darkness residing in their hearts. They had no choice but to look away from this horrifying spectacle. Very few things could scare characters of their level. However, this skull had truly frightened them in an unbelievable manner. Lichie's eyes flashed while looking at this skull. Clank! The Dao sword appeared in his hand. Then he threw it out. An incredible thing happened. The Dao sword was suspended in the air instead of falling down, completely contrary to the crowd's expectations. Many have tried before. Both life and true treasures or even foreign Dao types were all useless. They quickly crumbled after leaving the ships. There was even one person who became quite greedy and used a God King level weapon. One could imagine the consequences. To this cultivator's dismay, his weapon fell into the darkness. Baz! Lichie emitted a dazzling light as if a layer of crystals encased his body. He suddenly jumped out of the bone ship. The rest of the group blurted in shock. Careful! The two girls turned pale with their hearts hanging by a thread. After seeing this, the other cultivators murmured, "Is he insane?" Everyone knew that leaving the ship would result in them falling into the darkness regardless of how powerful they were. However, nothing of that sort happened. Lichie's bright body jumped onto the Dao sword. Baz! The sword lit up and a sword path as black as ink was paved below his feet, heading towards the skull. This sword Dao made others feel a bit strange. Only truly powerful cultivators could detect this anomaly. The power of this space seemed to be suppressed. All returned to the origin under the presence of this sword. No other powers could exert their influence. Techniques, laws, and rules returned to a primordial state while their effects were no longer present. At the same time, Lichie's flashing body could avoid all powers that came from this space. Suppressions and curses couldn't affect him. What is that sword? Only people as strong as Ruyan's group could tell that this path paved by his sword Dao was extraordinary. Even the strongest could only wash their neck in preparation to be decapitated by this sword. Resistance was futile. The ancient purity blade on the Daoist's back was a supreme creation. However, as he looked at this Dao path created by the sword, he became quite stirred. His intuition told him that his sword was completely inferior. This is so devilish. How can this be? An old paragon stared at this spectacle in astonishment. Even if the sword could carry him in this space, how is he withstanding its suppression? Even a God King's hand would be rendered to a bloody mist if they were to reach outside of the ship, but he is completely fine. This paragon has been to the Bone Sea more than just once. He understood the power of the void very well. Once someone's body was exposed to it, their flesh would be destroyed instantly. But now, Lichie not only didn't fall, he was also unharmed. People couldn't believe their own eyes that were gazing at this demonic scene. A charming spirit murmured, "Fierce is too damn freakish. No wonder why he dared to challenge Meng Zhentian. Maybe he is the only one in this generation that can compete against Zhentian for the heaven's will." I have heard of this merit law before. Daoist Pure Sun was fairly knowledgeable for being from the four branches. When he saw Lichie's body emitting that crystalline glow, he commented, "In the legends, immortal Emperor Jingyu from the stone medicine world created a certain heaven's will secret law. It could avoid all powers and forms of offense. It is called the Heaven's Will Crystal Physique, praised as the only technique in this world comparable to the indestructible diamond physique." The crystal physique. The two girls were startled. Even though they had never seen it before, they had heard of its fame. At this time, Lichie was close to the black hole. He grabbed the skull, but it was as steady as a rock. He couldn't shake or move it in the slightest. So many years have passed. The power in this strange place not only didn't weaken, it actually grew even more powerful. It looks like a terrifying era is about to come to Heaven's spirit. Having said that, he laughed and took out a large egg, the one from where he found the myriad star water. Bang! 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 A burst of ferocious bangs resounded. Xueqi used the egg to mercilessly slam the black hole. His speed became faster and faster like a relentless storm. Bang! 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 The entire void quaked in the face of his barrage. It seemed that his attacks weren't only smashing the black hole, they were striking the entire space. That crazy fool will shatter this entire space if he keeps on doing this. Everyone paled from fear as the fabric of space became distorted. The ships were shaking as if they were trapped in a storm out at sea. Bang! Under the wild smashing, something seemed to have come loose. Many people heard a click sound as if an item was coming off. Everyone knew that the treasures here seemed to be engraved into space itself. Without being destined, one wouldn't be able to obtain them no matter how powerful they might be. However, the skull loosened, much to Xueqi's amusement. I knew you weren't as hard as my rock. Having said that, he put away the myriad star egg. He then grabbed and pulled out the skull from the black hole with ease. The black hole disappeared right after, but a black fog continued to surround the dark skull. After taking the skull, he didn't dare to linger around any longer, and immediately walked on the sword path back to the ship with haste. He heaved a sigh of relief and dispersed his crystal physique once he reached the deck. So domineering. He forcefully seized that fortune. All the experts on the other ships were dumbfounded. Even a god king can't do something like this at the Bone Sea. Perhaps an immortal emperor would be able to. An old paragon immediately said, "This Xueqi is fierce to the level where he is able to do something like this." Many were at a loss for words. In this place, even god kings would tread carefully without taking any risks lest they die. As for forcefully seizing a fortune, it was something they didn't dare to even think about. But today, a junior like Xueqi has done just that. This was incomparably domineering and unexpected. Chapter 1344. When he got back, the group finally felt relieved. The two girls were quite nervous after Xueqi left the ship. With the Heaven's Will crystal physique around, even the indestructible diamond physique pales in comparison. The Taoist saw Xueqi dispersing his radiance and smiled wryly. Xueqi smiled back. "You are belittling yourself too much. In a certain sense, the crystal physique is more of a trick while the diamond physique is true physical prowess. The latter is eternal. As long as you are alive, your physique will continue to be there. It will protect you for a lifetime while the crystal physique has a time limit. In the beginning, the crystal physique is truly enviable with great advantages because it can evade many powerful enemies. However, it can't compare to the diamond physique at grand completion." He continued on, "Even an immortal emperor can't kill a grand completion diamond physique. At that point, which do you think is better?" The Taoist nodded his head in response. "Brother Li, your guidance is on point." Xueqi showed a smile and added, "With your talents and strength, once you are at grand completion, you will be a true emperor assailant capable of fighting an emperor without fear. Even if you lose, the emperor would find it exceedingly difficult to kill you. An ordinary emperor might not even be capable of doing so. Will you still envy the crystal physique then?" The Taoist didn't gloat after hearing such praise, nor did he show any trace of arrogance. Instead, he happily listened with great focus. Chongbei stared at the Taoist with admiration while listening. This was an existence who would be unkillable by even immortal emperors in the future. What a great achievement. Ruyan chuckled and asked, "Young noble, how did you get the crystal physique? Don't tell me you stole it?" Xueqi couldn't help but laugh. "It's just a crystal physique, there's no need to steal it. I casually picked it up on the road." Of course these people didn't believe him. How could someone randomly come across a Heaven's Will secret law? The Taoist joked back, "Brother Li, I'll trade my ancient purity blade for your sword. How about it?" "For my Tao sword?" Xueqi looked at the Taoist and laughed. "You don't have to trade, just swear your lifelong allegiance to me and I'll give the Tao sword to you." The girls went slack-jawed after hearing this. They were able to tell that this Tao sword was definitely superior to the ancient purity blade. Remember, this blade was Immortal Emperor Gu Chun's true fate weapon, and he was the first immortal emperor. Thus, one could extrapolate just how frightening and unfathomable the Tao sword was. Such a sword would be worshipped as the defining treasure that would be passed on for generations in an imperial lineage. So when Li Qie agreed to give the sword to the Taoist, who would believe such a thing? The Taoist himself was stunned. He naturally knew just how precious the Tao sword was. Does it look like I'm joking? Li Qie smiled and repeated, swear with your true fate right now and this sword shall be yours. Earlier, the Taoist was just messing around. He didn't expect for Li Qie to actually agree. Young noble, this is too much. Ruyan chuckled. Li Qie replied, a treasure is easy to come by, unlike a general. If I lack treasures, I can always go and find some. A general capable of resisting an immortal emperor. Where will I find one among the 9 heavens? And someone who can't be killed by an emperor is even more valuable. She winked and playfully said, so if we sisters work for you, will you give us treasures like the Tao sword too? Li Qie flicked her nose while grinning. Nice thought. I'm not the one asking for you too. It is your school wishing to have me. Why should I commit to such a terrible deal? Humph. You are being unfair. She coquettishly scowled while sending seductive glances at him. This posture from her could cause even bones to go weak. Qian Bei inquired again. What kind of fortune is required to obtain these treasures? Li Qie smiled back at him. No one can be sure. If you are lucky, you can pick up treasures during a leisurely stroll. But with bad luck, you can choke from swallowing on your own saliva. Look, your fortune is coming right now. He pointed to the front after saying this. At this time, treasures could be seen floating everywhere in this space while the bone ships drifted away. However, no one could grab any of them even if the treasures drifted next to them. It seemed that each treasure was one with space here. They were completely connected. There was no way of taking them down at all. Suddenly, a golden bell not far from a particular ship appeared. It floated above a young man's head and continuously clicked. Next, the bell sounded before issuing a cracking noise. Then it fell into the youth's hand. Everyone had tried numerous methods to no avail. But now, a treasure suddenly fell down towards someone. This was even more outrageous than a pie falling down from the sky. The youth was understandably stunned when the bell fell into his hand. He couldn't believe his own eyes since he was not a genius or anything. Why did this unfathomable bell pick him? An old senior said, "Stop looking silly, you are quite lucky to have met this opportunity." This was also a reminder for him to put away his treasures to avoid the greedy eyes of others. The youth regained his wits. He became quite excited since this was beyond his wildest dreams. He had been graced with great luck, so he busily put away the bell. Many were envious to see such an ordinary youth obtain this fortune and treasure. Chapter 1345. After seeing the fortuitous event that unfolded, many cultivators also began to eagerly await for treasures that were floating up and down. Everyone wanted to get lucky and have a treasure fall into their laps. Of course, very few were truly lucky. Outside of the youth from earlier, 2 other cultivators obtained fortunes. Treasures automatically fell into their hands. Ruyan noticed something and murmured, "Is this the treasures picking their masters?" From a certain perspective, that is indeed the case. Li Qie smiled. Some karma and fate predestined long ago. Qianbei could only watch and heaved a dejected sigh. It will never be my turn to have such a fortune. He knew himself quite well. On this ship, with regard to talents, cultivation, power, Tao heart, everyone else was superior. Needless to mention Li Qie and Fairy. Even the other 3 were incredible geniuses. If they couldn't obtain anything, how could it be his turn? Fortune and fate don't necessarily have anything to do with talents. Li Qie shook his head. If it's fate, then it's fate. When your turn is up, even if you are a lump of dog shit, it will still be your turn. But when it isn't, even if you are the most supreme genius, don't even think about it. The ship continued to float up while he was speaking. Not far from where they were, a group of 8 eyes could be seen. They were large like the eyes of bulls. The 8 eyes made strange noises before floating towards the group. Li Qie stopped speaking and looked at the eyes before smiling. Look, someone is lucky. Wait for it. The 8 eyes circled around the ship as if they were checking out the group. All 8 blinked at the same time and tumbled down onto Qianbei's hand. The old man was dumbfounded and couldn't think straight. He didn't expect to obtain this fortune when the others were much more excellent. He thought that if it wasn't Li Qie, it would be the Taoist or someone else instead. But right now, the Eight Eyes chose him. He would never have even dreamed of such a thing. Is this really happening? If this was a dream, he didn't want to wake up. He was still in disbelief. This matter was too surreal and out of his comfort zone. You tell us. I want to be a pile of dog shit to obtain a fortune as well. The Taoist laughed in response. Qianbei eventually pinched his thigh and a sharp pain came along. He finally believed that this wasn't a dream. Whew! He hugged the Eight Eyes while happily giggling. Taoist pure son, you shouldn't bother with a little character like me. These items won't be able to get into your sight. The Taoist smiled. He wasn't really jealous of the fella. It was a simple joke. Qianbei calmed down and bowed towards the group. Thank you, young noble and schoolmasters. Without your help, this old man would never have been able to obtain this fortune. He came this time for the sole purpose to broaden his horizons. He never even dared to think about getting anything. But now, the reality was that he actually obtained something. He understood and felt grateful for Li Qie, who made this happen by bringing him along. Li Qie accepted his gesture and looked at the Eight Eyes in Qianbei's hand. Do you know the origin of these eyes? He looked down at the Eight Eyes. His current jubilated state left his mind in shambles, and he didn't understand the origin or uses of these Eight Eyes anyway. Please enlighten me, young noble. He bowed again and said respectfully. Li Qie explained, in the ancient times, there was a mysterious beast named the Eight Eyes Celestial Bull. Part snake and part bull. This was an era with ferocious beasts everywhere, but this type of bull was a king among kings. They were extremely fierce and powerful. They have 8 eyes, each with a different ability. Even though this particular one died here, its 8 eyes have survived. Thus, you can just imagine how powerful it was during the ancient time. He looked at the old man and continued. A large part of why it chose you is due to your bloodline. Even though this bloodline is very thin at your generation, it still flows through you nevertheless. The bloodline of my Xiong clan? Qianbei was startled. He knew very little about his ancestors. Li Qie flatly replied, if you want to know more about your ancestors, then go back and look through your ancestral records and family tree. Qianbei had more questions, but he didn't dare to ask at this moment. Many cultivators on the other ships were envious of him. Alas, fortune always went to others instead of themselves. The ship continued to float with treasures all over the place. There were more than just weapons and artifacts left behind by people of the past. The most precious parts of the bodies of some creatures were preserved till this day. During this journey, more people obtained treasures like Qianbei, but the number was still very small. Eventually, Li Qie stopped and looked at the void, then said, We're about to arrive, mentally prepare yourselves. The Bone Sea has many amazing things. I can take everyone there, but it will be up to you to get the treasures. The Taoist grinned. Just visiting to open my eyes is enough to not waste my life. As for the treasures, let it be up to fate. His Gu Chun's 4 branches had many treasures. Their treasury was something outsiders could never even begin to fathom. So for the Taoist, experience was more important than treasures. The always playful and enchanting Ruyan quietly asked Li Qie, what about the wind chase break? This time, she was very dignified without trying to tempt him. In fact, Gensher was staring at him with her clear eyes as well. They came with great hope because he previously said that their wind chase break was located at the Bone Sea. Obtaining other treasures didn't matter to them. They only wanted to find their lost technique since nothing was more important to the Void Imperfection 3 schools. Li Qie looked at the two and smiled. If an opportunity presents itself, I will lend a hand. Even if it isn't meant to be, I will forcefully seize it. Yes, you two sisters have served me quite well in the recent days, so I can't mistreat your school. Gensher blushed from this teasing while Ruyan smiled without any bashfulness at all. If you stay at our schools, we will treat you like a living god. Li Qie chuckled and shook his head. A living god? That doesn't sound bad, but I was born a poor man and unaccustomed to the lavish lifestyle. I should stick to my poverty-stricken ways instead. Ruyan frowned and glared at him. Gensher, on the other hand, only sighed in her mind. She knew that her school couldn't keep someone as great as Li Qie, a true dragon that will soar in the sky. How could a small pond like theirs contain such a beast? After a good while, Li Qie looked at the sky and said, Get ready, we're about to arrive at the watery area. Hold your breath or you will look quite ugly from choking. The group held their breaths after hearing this. Originally, all the ships were floating up into this boundless void with no end in sight. However, once they drifted to a certain level, a loud bang sounded as if they touched an invisible barrier. There seemed to be a crossing between two worlds. The previous was a boundless void while this one was full of water. In the blink of an eye, all of the ships reached the sea. Chapter 1346. Crash. Water splashed. The bone ship struck the surface right away and began to float. This process was too fast. It wasn't a process of floating up from the bottom of the sea, it was entering from another world. An immense gust of wind assaulted everyone. It could only be described with the word death. The sisters and the Taoist were all experienced members of society. However, they were shocked to see the scene ahead. Of course, they had read records in their sect describing the Bone Sea. Alas, reading and personally seeing were two completely different matters. True to its name, this sea was full of bones. When standing above, regardless of the location, only bones were in sight. A sea made out of bones might be the most appropriate way to describe this region. They piled into mountains, creating an astounding spectacle. Because of these piles, this sea seemed to be divided. It was difficult to see the whole ocean due to these bony protrusions. The visible water looked like narrow rivers, allowing the little ships to pass through the ghastly hills. Anyone would be creeped out while being so close to death. The more timid crowd would forever be stained with this shadow for the rest of their life. Stray bones were also floating among the cold splashing waves. The majority of the skeletons here remained relatively intact, making it seem as if something had eaten the flesh while leaving the bones behind. There were all kinds of skeletons from different creatures, not just humans. Their varied shapes exceeded one's imagination. Some were unreasonably large while others were wonderfully small. Looking around, one would see a small pheasant-like skeleton next to a mountain-sized skeleton. The large ones came in a variety as well. There was an elephant head with its ivory tusks stretched out for dozens of miles, and another looked just like a dragon. This might be an ancient python. It spanned for several thousand miles just like a mountain range. One could easily imagine just how large and mighty it used to be when it was alive. There was also a skeleton that looked like a peak protruding out of the sea all the way to the white clouds. A single glance wasn't sufficient to discern the creature. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that this sky-piercing peak was only part of a finger, so just how large was the hand below the sea? This was an example of gigantic humanoid skeletons beside great beasts. They looked just like continents half immersed in the sea while their ribs looked like small mountain ranges. These giants were true to the phrase, head wearing the sky and feet stomping the ground. No, even worse, an existence above an immortal emperor going crazy. What do you think will happen? Li Qia's laughter made the Taoist take several steps back from fear. He spoke with skepticism. Are you joking? He had experienced fairies' might firsthand, and the fear still lingered in his mind. Li Qia's words just now horrified him completely. The girls slightly trembled as well. This answer just now contained many hidden matters. Qianbei was tongue-tied. This topic was too out of reach for him. Immortal emperors, these were existences he didn't dare to even think about. Chapter 1347. After a while, the girls calmed down. Jianshi quietly asked, "Is she an immortal emperor?" But then she thought about it and found it impossible. If there was an empress present, there would be no chance for everyone to be unaware of her presence. Moreover, this was a new generation with an upcoming heaven's will, so how could there already be an empress? Li Qia looked at her and flatly stated, "No, she's something even greater." Everyone inwardly trembled after hearing this terrifying sentence. No one else in this world would say such a thing outside of Li Qia in this specific circumstance. Moreover, the existence mentioned should not exist. How could there be something greater than an immortal emperor? Ruyan blurted in disbelief. There are people more powerful than immortal emperors? Since ancient times, the belief was that immortal emperors were invincible and matchless. Li Qia smiled and looked over at the Taoist. There are differences among immortal emperors. Back then, Immortal Emperor Yan Shi made a very famous statement, commenting on the differences. "I'm sure your 4 branches have recorded this." Pure Sun mused a bit before answering with uncertainty. "I believe our ancestor did say something along these lines. Among the 9 levels of Immortal Emperor, I am at the 7th. He was hesitant because as a descendant, He wasn't qualified to comment on invincible emperors, especially his ancestor. Li Qie smilingly said, "Not exactly true but pretty much correct." In her words, if there are 9 levels to a mortal emperor, I would place her at the 8th. Of course, this was a matter to be discussed later on. Later on, Ruyan was quite sharp and could vaguely guess something from his statement. What happened after that? Li Qie laughed and didn't answer. Let's go. I'll take everyone somewhere where there is a real treasury, but just like before, whether you can get anything or not will depend on your own fortune. Having said that, he maneuvered the ship towards a particular direction. They swiftly traveled through countless bone mountains on this sea. In the beginning, the group thought that there was nothing except bones, but they soon found out that this was a misconception. There's something under the water. The meticulous Jianshi noticed something beneath the surface that has been secretly watching them inside the bones. Li Qie smiled and told the group, "You can practice here for now. These things aren't that strong, but once we go deeper into that place, it will be a fight with your lives on the line." What is that thing? Jianshi was surprised. She initially thought that there were no living creatures in this area. Screech! The moment she finished speaking, the sky turned dark. A giant eagle approached them from overhead. To be exact, it was the skeleton of a giant eagle. It spread its 10-meter-long wings and came out of nowhere only to dive towards them. Its beak was immensely sharp and its hook-like claws were equally deadly. One could hear the wind howl as it dived down with a momentum capable of tearing this ship into little pieces. In face of this, Pure Sun unsheathed his sword on his back without delay. His quick draw was impeccable. Others could only see a flashing glint followed by a clank that came from the air. With one slash, the giant bird was split into halves and fell into the sea. His ancient purity blade had already returned to its scabbard. No one actually had a chance to see it clearly. From the unsheathing to the sheathing motions, it was a continuous and flawless flow. This was indicative of his wondrous mastery. Soon after dealing with the bird, the water down below began to splash all over the place. Countless skeletal monkeys sprang up onto the ship. They squeaked and screamed before lunging at the group. Come! Ruyan chuckled and activated her evil devourer physique. A black hole appeared right away and started to grind away at the bones. Virtually all of these skeletal monkeys were rendered into dust in an instant. After the eagle and monkeys were killed, the rest of the skeletons seemed to realize that the group was too strong, so they quietly hid and halted their attack for now. Jianshi asked, "What are these things again?" Li Qie nonchalantly answered, "In this place, the majority of the corpses have been erased. However, a few of them remain unyielding and turned into skeletons on these ships in order to escape from the Bone Sea. There is another group that have been morphed into evil spirits by the death energy here. They consider this sea to be their home and would attack any intruders they see." He sighed at the end. Jianshi noticed these shadows hiding in the sea. They seemed to be everywhere, prompting her to be vigilant. Li Qie smiled and added, "These spirits are not much. The ones later on will be much more powerful, a true eye-opener. Remember, you can abandon ship and jump to the bone piles if necessary, but never fall into the water no matter what happens. If you do, it will be the end of you. Escaping would be even more difficult than reaching the heavens." The group memorized his warning. Even though there was still a lot of spirits around, Li Qie didn't mind too much. His focus was on Fairy, evident by his occasional glances. In fact, he was very worried about her emotional instability because it could end in an eruption. As he had said before, dealing with a furious immortal emperor would be very problematic. Fortunately, the situation was looking fairly optimistic since she remained stable just like the glowing moonlight that's encompassing her body. She even had a smile on her face, as if she was recalling some happy memories. The ship continued forward. They didn't get too far before another ship came by. An old man was glad to see them and called out, "Young noble Li, may I have an audience?" Li Qie controlled his ship so that it would block the other one and sat down while lazily mumbling, "Come." The old man jumped on board and cupped his fists after seeing the group. "Schoolmaster Zhua, Schoolmaster Lu, Taoist Pure Sun, my greetings. Third Elder, you still haven't given up? What kind of conditions are you bringing with you this time?" Ruyan chuckled after seeing the old man. This was the elder from the 7 Martial Pavilion. He only smiled and maintained his courteous and thoughtful bearing. The Taoist smiled. "I'll go keep watch so that the spirits can't attack the ships." He understood that if the third elder was here, There was important business to be discussed. As the Pure Sun Island Lord, it was not his place to eavesdrop. Xiong Qianbei didn't dare to stay even more. He followed the Taoist and kept guard on the deck. The Bone Sea is too large. It wasn't easy to find you, young noble. I had to switch several ships. He bowed and initiated the conversation with a relaxed tone. He came with great sincerity this time to get things done. It was evident that he ran here as he had to spend a lot of effort just to talk. Li Jie smiled and replied, I hope you are bringing me good news. The elder bowed his head again. He was much more polite and respectful compared to the last time. Keep in mind that the pavilion was an incredible lineage in heaven's spirit. One sect with 3 sea gods was enough to let them talk proudly to any other power. As an elder, he commanded great respect, so his courteous act towards Li Jie was quite sincere. Of course, Li Jie showed him respect as well, contrary to his usual nonchalant act. As the saying goes, bring gifts to avoid a scolding, smile to avoid a slapping. He was willing to give the third elder a chance due to the respectful gesture. The elder said with reverence, I came here this time to talk to you about the life renewal again. I'm listening. Li Jie only smiled and showed a more amicable attitude compared to his indifferent manner upon their first meeting. The elder solemnly said, Our elders have discussed your condition last time and we have agreed to parts of it. If you can perform the life renewal successfully, we will impart to you 3 out of the 7 styles. Chapter 1348. The elder's words sounded astonishing to both the girls. They actually thought they had heard him wrong. The pavilion had the name 7 Martial, due to their 7 styles. This was the belief of many people. Until now, these moves were top secrets and were never passed on to outsiders. In the pavilion itself, fewer than few were able to see the styles, but now, they were willing to give him the first 3 variations. Quite bold and ambitious. Li Jie was surprised as well. It looks like your pavilion is going big this time. He didn't care too much about this transaction. The 7 styles might be amazing, but it wasn't to the level where he must have them. At the same time, he didn't think they would ever give it to an outsider. Thus, this concession from them was truly astonishing. The third elder quickly smiled and added, Thank you for your kind words. We are just acting out of necessity, not ambition. Our pavilion has no desire to compete against the rest of the world for hegemony. Is that so? Li Jie leisurely chuckled and stared at the elder. If your pavilion has no such ambition, why the need for this concession? His eyes turned quite profound. The elder felt a bit scared. It felt as if he was seen through, so he lowered his head. Li Jie faintly smiled. Fine, I'd like to hear the rest. This attitude was a good development for the third elder. At least things looked hopeful for the pavilion. After all, Li Jie had a very indifferent attitude last time. He busily responded, Although we can't give you all 7 styles, we can compensate you in other ways. If you are willing, our 7 seas goddess is willing to marry you. At the same time, our dowry will be 2 sea god weapons. Feel free to put forward more conditions if you would like. The girls were impressed. The pavilion was going all out just to pull Li Jie in. Anyone would be tempted by such conditions. The 7 seas goddess was not only powerful, she was also quite beautiful. Moreover, 2 sea god weapons made this deal even more tempting. Is this your pavilion's idea or your successor's, the 7 seas goddess? Li Jie laughed in response. The elder smiled back. Young noble Li, you can rest assured about this marriage. Our pavilion and lord can keep our word. Both Ruyan and Jianshi were surprised once more. Jianshi gave her congratulations. So the goddess has taken the position of your lord. That's great. They also understood why the goddess agreed to this arrangement. If she was only a disciple, then she could follow her own desires. However, it was different for a lord whose responsibility was to shoulder the rise and fall of their lineage. They were also schoolmasters, thus they understood the heavy responsibilities that ensue. The elder respectfully said, Thank you, schoolmasters. The truth is that our lord has taken the position more than 2 years ago, but we didn't announce it to the world. Li Jie smiled. Because your hallowed ancestor is about to die, your pavilion wishes to keep a low profile on these matters. The elder coughed after Li Jie blurted everything out. He wryly smiled and said, Nothing can hide from your keen sight. In this generation, the goddess is indeed the most promising to become the next sea god. Logically speaking, Her promotion to being our lord is a grand matter. It should be a magnificent feast, but the hallowed ancestor situation is not good, so we didn't want to draw further attention to ourselves. Li Qie lightly smiled. Since you already know that I'm observant, just get everything out in the open. Outside of the life renewal, your pavilion also wants my seed, an imperial bloodline. Thus, you are willing to do everything to succeed so that your goddess will ascend to godhood and have me become the next immortal emperor. He gave an amusing laugh after stating this. The elder grew bolder and asked, "Do you not have confidence about becoming emperor? You are exceptionally gifted, so wouldn't it be a great pity if you don't ascend to the throne?" Li Qie chuckled. "This goading won't work on me." His eyes turned serious as he stared at the elder. "We can leave the 7 styles aside and focus on your hallowed ancestors' plan as well as the direction your pavilion will take in the future." The third elder chuckled as well and said, "Ah well, our pavilion hopes that you can become immortal emperor and our lord, the next sea god. Third elder, if you want to negotiate with me, then just be honest, don't play games like this." Li Qie coldly spoke. "There are some things that you might not be qualified to know, but if your hallowed ancestor has sent you here to negotiate, it means that he has made a decision and told you certain things. So, third elder, let's cut to the chase if you actually wish to negotiate." The third elder was slightly startled. "How did you know it was the hallowed ancestor who sent me?" Li Qie insipidly responded. "It's very simple. Who can actually be in charge of using the 7 styles as a bargaining tool? Who has such guts? If it was any other ancestor from your pavilion, they wouldn't be willing to bear this mark of a sinner, the full burden of the blame. In your entire sect, only your hallowed ancestor dares to make this grand gamble. You truly see through everything." The elder sighed and confessed. "Yes, it was the hallowed ancestor who sent me here to talk to you." Li Qie said. "Then tell me his plan." The elder hesitated for a moment before glancing over at Ruyan and Gensher. "Young noble will be off then," Gensher hurriedly said after seeing the elder's demeanor. Li Qie waved his sleeve dismissively while looking at the elder. "Stay and listen. Third elder, I trust the 2 of them. If I am no longer in heaven's spirit one day, the Void Imperfection schools will act as my representatives. Do you understand?" "Excuse me, I worried too much. I hope schoolmasters will forgive me." The elder quickly cupped his fists and apologized to the 2 girls. Gensher replied, "You are being overly polite, third elder." In fact, his actions were understandable. Li Qie said, "Since your hallowed ancestor has made up his mind to do this, we'll be frank with each other." The elder finally took a deep breath and began. "Young noble, the truth is that our hallowed ancestor wishes to make a change, the biggest reformation to our bloodline." Li Qie stared at him and slowly said, "Your sect does not wish for something as simple as a sea god or an immortal emperor for your groom. What you truly want is to use my bloodline to give birth to an unfathomable descendant. This will be the revolution of your bloodline, the wish of your hallowed ancestor. He only wishes for change." The elder let out a hollow laugh. Li Qie continued, "This is too clear from the fact that he wishes to team up with me and not Meng Zhentian. He wishes to produce more offspring with my imperial human bloodline. He's not a fool, so I'm sure he has already explained everything to you beforehand." Well, the third elder found it difficult to respond because they didn't have things planned to this point yet. Li Qie speculated, "I know what your ancestor intends to do. The reproduction of our bloodlines will be the last part of the negotiation. As for your pavilion's plan, that is even further into the future. He wishes to bring this up after our marriage, when our marital bond and love becomes stronger." The third elder lost control of this deliberation because it was proceeding too quickly. Both sides hadn't talked about cooperating just yet, but they had gotten to the latter points already. The elder quickly said, "Young noble, if you would like, you can talk to our hallowed ancestor about these future plans some other time. If you form an alliance with us, we will not hide anything from you since we will be a family connected by bonds." Chapter 1349. Gensher and Ruyan were very curious about this conversation. The hallowed ancestor was someone who had trained 2 sea gods. He definitely was unmatched in certain aspects. If he was willing to bet on Li Qie, it showed that he had an even greater plan than just grooming another sea god. The 2 girls wondered just what was it that he wanted to do. Li Qie laughed and said, "I won't force you since it is a confidential matter. However, do you mind if I take a guess?" "Well, The elder wryly smiled. He was fairly helpless because Xueqi had guessed correctly twice already. This youth was too devilish. Actually, it's not that hard to guess. Xueqi chuckled without caring if the elder agrees or not. He went on. There is only one thing your hallowed ancestor wishes to do, and that is to sever the sea demon root from all of you. The third elder was aghast after hearing this. Even though the ancestor didn't explain in detail, he could extrapolate that this was indeed the case from their conversation. So now, when Xueqi pinpointed the crux of the matter, it truly frightened him. Xueqi faintly smiled and continued. If I am not mistaken, your ancestor wants to move the 7 Martial Pavilion out of Heaven's spirit. Even if the entire sect cannot leave, at the very least, a portion of your disciples must do so. Because of this, your pavilion wants my imperial bloodline. Only my powerful human bloodline will help your pavilion take root in a different world. He stared straight at the elder and declared, your ancestor's target is the mortal emperor world's northern Grand Sea. The third elder was astounded to hear this and instinctively backed away from Xueqi in disbelief. The two girls were surprised as well since this was outside of their imagination. Some sea demons have left Heaven's spirit before, but ultimately, they would return to their roots unless it was an untimely death. No one had heard of a sea demon lineage wishing to relocate from Heaven's spirit. This was because in the 9 worlds, no other location would be more suitable for their race, especially the Dragon Demon Sea. This was truly their home territory. For a living creature, there was no better place than home. Sea demons were simply happy fish in water here. As for the 7 Martial Pavilion, wanting to relocate should be even stranger. They were the leaders of the Dragon Demon Sea, an untouchable behemoth among sea demons. However, they still wanted to leave Heaven's spirit. No one would be able to imagine their thought process. It would be considered ridiculous if one didn't hear it with their own ears. It wasn't easy for a lineage to establish their own base. It required countless efforts from their ancestors. Just imagine, 3 sea gods have contributed to the pavilion, resulting in them having the largest territory in the Dragon Demon Sea. No one would be willing to give up such a solid foundation and inheritance. This is impossible. Sea demons can't leave and they definitely can't cut off their bloodline, their connection to Heaven's spirit. Ruyan found the statement incredible. Xueqi chuckled and said, this depends on their bloodline. If I become an immortal emperor and breed with a sea god, the descendants will be able to sever this root due to my ancient bloodline. After several more generations, the pavilion will be able to implement their plan. The Golden Isle has tested my bloodline. It looks like your pavilion is quite good at getting reliable information. Both the girls glanced at each other then stared at the elder whose face has become cloudy and uncertain. He didn't know what to say for a while. Xueqi smiled and continued, the hallowed ancestor must have wanted to do this long ago, but unfortunately, he couldn't find the right candidate. It's not that simple to have both an immortal emperor and a sea god at the same time. Plus, an immortal emperor might not give your pavilion any face. In the end, the elder bowed his head and earnestly said, young noble Li, your wisdom is as vast as the sea. You have grasped everything. Your knowledge can only be described as matchless. Even though he didn't directly admit it, this was essentially accepting Xueqi's conjecture. Both the girls shivered. As schoolmasters, they thought about a deeper issue. Just why did the pavilion want to abandon their inheritance here and leave Heaven's spirit? The more they thought about it, the more afraid they got. An existence like the hallowed ancestor was not able to alarm them. The reasoning behind his actions must be earth-shattering. Xueqi smilingly said, that's the hallowed ancestor for you, worthy of being an existence that has trained 2 sea gods. He sees further than others and is even willing to make such a gamble. The elder was elated. He hurriedly replied, then do you agree? No, don't be happy just yet. I still haven't accepted. Xueqi shook his head. The truth is that your condition isn't enough to move me. Well, the elder awkwardly backed away after being disappointed. Xueqi laughed. Elder, there's no need to try and hide it from me by bargaining every step of the way. Be honest, what is the bottom line of your ancestor? 4 styles or perhaps 5? In my opinion, 5 is his limit. The 7 styles are indeed unbeatable, but I'm only interested in the last 3. The first 4 might be incredible, but that's all they are. This is not the case for the last 3. Their profundities are worth pondering, especially the final style. This style, for any cultivator, is truly worth researching. Even immortal emperors are no exceptions. The elder was tongue-tied once more. None of his thoughts could elude Li Qia's eyes. Li Qia continued after seeing his expression. If necessary, your ancestor could bear trading the first 4 moves. The 5th is the limit, while the 6th is something he absolutely doesn't want to put up. Due to his mastery of the styles, he knows more than anyone just how priceless the last 2 are. The 6th is a sure kill attack. The moment it comes out, it can determine the outcome of the battle. As for the 7th, it can reverse the tides of the universe. Because of this, he absolutely won't trade the last 2. Having said that, Li Qia waited for the 3rd elder to answer. In the end, the elder acquiesced. Young noble, your insight is beyond my sphere of understanding. This was not flattery since it came from the heart. Even as an elder of the pavilion, he knew less about the 7 styles compared to an outsider like Li Qia. At the same time, Li Qia was undoubtedly correct. The hallowed ancestor gave permission for the first 4 styles. If Li Qia insisted on the 5th, he must personally talk to the hallowed ancestor. If you wish for the 5th, our ancestor is willing to talk with you about it. He honestly revealed the bottom line. At this point, he nervously stared at the youth. He truly wished for a successful negotiation. After all, this would be considered a great merit for him. You should already know that I want all 7. Li Qia smiled. The elder wryly smiled back. I won't hide it from you, young noble. It is simply impossible for us to give you all 7. Absolutely impossible. It might be bad news, but it is the truth. I am being sincere this time, so I won't lie to you. Li Qia said, I know. The reason why this conversation is happening is because of your respectful attitude. The elder continued, without talking about the last 2 styles, we can sincerely talk about other conditions that you might have. The elder spoke with honesty and frankness. Li Qia didn't respond right away. He quietly stared at the waves outside. The elder leisurely stood there without bothering him, waiting for him to make a decision. After a while, Li Qia looked back and slowly said, I can replenish the hallowed ancestor's life as well as not want the 7 styles. But I do have one condition. The elder asked for confirmation. No more 7 styles? All 3 in the room were surprised. They didn't understand why he chose to give up on the 7 styles. Li Qia seriously responded. Yes. I can do without the 7 styles. The elder was ecstatic and quickly asked, everything else is negotiable then. What do you want, young noble? Li Qia nonchalantly declared. It's very simple, I want to see the Prime Sea God. Prime Sea God. The elder thought he misheard and had to ask again. You said you want to see the Prime Sea God? Li Qia flatly and earnestly confirmed. You heard correctly, that's who I want to see. Chapter 1350. Li Qia's solemn demeanor let the elder know that he didn't mishear. However, he found it quite strange and didn't know how to look at Li Qia or what words to say. In fact, Ruyan and Zhenshi were stunned as well. After a while, Zhenshi quietly reminded him. Young noble, the Prime Sea God has left this world for a long time. The Prime Sea God was the first sea god of the pavilion, and rumored to be the strongest of his level. Li Qia flatly said. I know who he is. The elder hesitated for a moment before responding. Young noble Li, please excuse me, but you should know that our Prime Sea God is no longer of this world. It is impossible to see him since we can't revive him. Li Qia told him. You don't understand. Just go back and tell your hallowed ancestor that I wish to see the Prime Sea God. If he is still hesitant, tell him that this is my only condition. I'm sure he will understand my intention. The elder truly didn't get it. Everyone knew that the Prime Sea God wasn't alive. Their pavilion had never tried to hide it. In fact, if they had a living sea god, they wouldn't need to ask Li Qia for this favor. But now, Li Qia insisted on seeing Prime, which was shaking the elder's mind. Could the pavilion's Prime Sea God actually be alive? He carefully thought about it and dispelled this notion. If Prime was still alive, then it meant that the trident had always been in their possession. Li Qia had a rare moment of austerity as he told the stunned elder. You just need to relay the message to the hallowed ancestor. This is my business. As long as he agrees, I'll renew his life. The elder took a deep breath and earnestly nodded. I'll relay your message in full to the hallowed ancestor. Li Qia casually dismissed him. You may leave now. The elder hesitated and didn't leave right away. Li Chia noticed him standing still and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Well," the elder wryly smiled. "May I ask when you will have some free time? Our Lord wishes to see you." Li Chia shook his head. "You still haven't given up? I'm not interested in this stallion business." The elder awkwardly pressed on. "Young noble, one meeting won't be that bad. Our Lord has been interested in seeing your great charisma in person. What do you?" Li Chia interrupted him. "We can talk about this matter later once the hallowed ancestor agrees to my condition." After seeing his firm demeanor, the elder cupped his fist and bowed. "I'll be taking my leave then." He bid goodbye to the girls as well before leaving. Ruyan grew very curious after seeing his departure and looked at Li Chia. "Young noble, are you sure you want to see the prime sea god? Is there a problem?" Li Chia couldn't help but smile this time. Jianshi had to interject. "The problem is, he has been dead for a long time now." She didn't believe that this sea god was still alive. Li Chia leisurely said, "That depends on how you define life and death. In your eyes he is dead. In mine, he is still alive." Both the girls repeated in shock, "He's still alive?" If this was true, it would be too earth-shattering. "No, he's dead." Li Chia laughed again. "Young noble, you are deliberately teasing us now. Can you just reveal what is going on?" Ruyan pouted in a charming pose that could make people fall over. Li Chia chuckled in response. "He is indeed dead if we were to go by the definition of living creatures. However, he is still alive from the perspective of a sea god." Having said that, he looked outside to contemplate. What does that mean? Even smart people like them felt a bit lost. Why is it that sea demons and treants are not included in the 9 worlds' great races? In the 9 worlds, they are not weaker than humans or charming spirits. So why are they excluded by the wise sages from the list of myriad races? What is the reason? The two were stunned for a bit. Even though they had never left Heaven's spirit, they knew from their readings that outside of their world, other people never mentioned the sea demons and treants as part of the great races. However, no one has ever looked into this matter. Are you saying that sea gods and tree fathers are similar? Even though a tree father might be dead, he will still return to the origin and take root in the earth. A tree controller will be able to communicate with an ancestral tree. The intelligent Ruyan immediately connected sea gods and tree fathers. Li Chia answered, "Right and wrong. The process tree fathers undergo is unique to them. However, returning to the origin is something similar between the two types of existences." The meticulous Jianshi discovered an unprecedented door due to the time she spent with Li Chia. He had given them too many surprises, but in this split second, she thought about a terrifying matter. Her heart trembled and she had to ask, "What about us, the charming spirits?" Li Chia gave her another look and cheerfully praised. "You sisters are indeed amazing. If you work together, what will your limit be?" Ruyan is sharp while Jianshi is wise. Your ancestors electing you two as schoolmasters prove just how far-sighted they are. Ruyan coquettishly said, "Young noble, there's no need to praise us, just tell us the answers." They weren't happy from his praise since they were hell-bent on understanding what was behind all of this. Li Chia looked at them and finally chuckled. "I shouldn't be telling you this, but we have already reached this point. Out of consideration for your hard work and hospitality, I can tell you a little. In the sense of your origins, your 3 races are quite similar and are interconnected. At the very least, you were all part of the same race in the beginning. However, charming spirits are different from the other 2. Your race will have a better future than them. It's just as people say, you are the favored children of the heavens." He suddenly stopped and laughed. "But they are wrong. The villainous heavens will never favor a race or any person. If it did, it would be a bunch of devils. So with regard to that phrase, even if your race is loved and adored, this affection isn't coming from the heavens." The two quietly listened to Li Chia. He didn't explain everything clearly, but they found themselves to be lost in a reverie of thoughts. "I can't reveal too much about your race. After all, knowing might not necessarily be a good thing. It can even affect your Tao heart." Li Chia smiled. "But the answer for your race lies in the Great Maelstrom." The Great Maelstrom. They couldn't help but shudder after hearing this all-too-familiar name again. The origin of the charming spirits. Li Chia looked outside with a tinge of regret and melancholy. The two of them didn't believe their own eyes. Such a sad expression could appear on his face? Young noble, why do you want to see the prime sea god? What was it that made you change your mind? Ruyan had this question brewing in her mind the entire time. Gensher was just as curious. The status of sea god was a different matter. It could be said that in the beginning, he could have made this request. It showed that he didn't have any interest during the first meeting. However, on this second meeting with the elder, Xueqi changed his mind. He didn't even want the 7 styles. Thus, the 2 girls wanted to know what the catalyst behind this change of heart was. Tell me, am I a good person? Xueqi asked a sudden and strange question instead. The 2 couldn't answer because one couldn't use morality to judge a cultivator. Xueqi revealed a smile and continued, in fact, I don't know either. Some people have said that I am a good person while others argued for the opposite. I have always wanted to be a bad person, but time and time again, some still think that I am good. This world, it can make a person feel very helpless at times. Having said that, he showed a bitter smile while looking back at Fairy with a complex expression. Chapter 1351. Ruyan and Gensher took note of Xueqi staring at Fairy. They were slightly moved and instantly realized something at the same time. Intuition told them that his change of heart might have something to do with Fairy. However, they recalled the events and found this to be implausible. Upon their first meeting, Xueqi had already met Fairy, but he still wanted the 7 styles. Him wanting to see the prime sea god now might not have anything to do with Fairy. Thus, there were some timing inconsistencies with this particular notion. They didn't know where the problem was, but they ultimately thought that this was somewhat related to Fairy. Nevertheless, the real reason for his decision eluded them. Xueqi stared at Fairy and gently lamented in his mind. This was him choosing to protect the 9 worlds. In his heart, he didn't care about the survival of the sea demons and Treants, not even the charming spirits. Until now, he had no worries about how others evaluated him. For millions of years, others cursed him as a murderous devil or butcher while some praised him as the savior and guardian of the 9 worlds. Regardless of whether he was reviled or praised, he didn't take any of them to heart. However, Fairy's words had touched the deepest part of his heart. Perhaps this could be his last visit to Heaven's spirit, so he should leave certain things behind. What is impossible to deceive in this world? Maybe only the judgment of the heaven and earth. After a long days, he eventually sighed gently. Ruyan softly asked, "What did you say, young noble?" He regained his wits and wryly smiled while shaking his head. "Nothing, let's go." The ship began to move towards their destination once more. They met many skeletons and spirits along the way. Some launched an offense on the ship, but the Taoists group easily took care of these weaker creatures. Xueqi eventually stopped the ship and smiled towards the group. "Boys and girls, are you ready? A tough battle is about to begin." The group looked forward and saw that the water ahead was even muddier than before. It was to the point where it was just black, truly creeping out the spectators. They could feel a seemingly taboo power assaulting the air once the ship stopped. Even top experts like them put on serious expressions. The Bone Sea had always been a dangerous place. Even god kings wouldn't necessarily come out unscathed. Today, the Taoist knew that the power of the Bone Sea would far exceed his expectations. Xueqi smiled at the serious-looking crowd before slowly controlling his boat to set sail once more. Upon entry, the entire ship quaked as if it was being suppressed by the power here and almost sunk into the sea. He smirked. "Unfortunately, it's me who you are facing." Under his palms, the rudder suddenly lit up. The runic gears turned resplendent like an extremely complicated component and started to rapidly rotate. They seemed to be powering the ship, allowing it to withstand the powerful suppression and continued to float on the surface. It continued on slowly as the group noticed that something was different about this region compared to the other locations. Although there were mountains of bones, the majority were small ones piled on top of each other. The gigantic ones were a minority. However, in this current area, each skeleton was the size of a mountain that rose above the surface. Some were as large as mountain ranges. Moreover, there were unique spectacles to this region. For example, some skeletons were swimming in the sea while others were soaring in the sky. There was something different about these skeletons and spirits. As for the exact disparity, the group couldn't tell. However, the intuition of a master was telling them so. Among these monstrous bones, there were some that looked like giants squatting on the sea with half of their bodies exposed. Their fangs were hundreds of meters long like two sharp blades. After countless years, they still had a flashing glint. Another resembled a giant crane with only one leg left half submerged in the water. The single leg looked like a pillar upholding a gigantic city of bones. The most shocking scene was a humanoid skeleton. It must have belonged to a gargantuan race that occupied an entire sphere by itself. The water could only reach its calves, so one can just imagine how gigantic it must have been. Another wondrous spectacle was the great sword pinned right into its chest. In other words, this sword was approximately 10,000 miles long. A casual strike from it could split even stars. If this was in heaven's spirit, it could divide the dragon-demon sea into two. These skeletons have weathered the river of time, yet they were still as fair as jade. The other ones outside were either yellow or charred, unlike those found here. Nevertheless, their divinity had been ground down to a very low level. It was precisely these characteristics that showed just how mighty they once were. Though they died in a distant era, the divinity in their corpses was still present. This giant humanoid corpse shocked the Taoists' group. He couldn't help but murmur, "There are people this big in this world?" The girls stood there looking silly. Cultivators could create avatars of enormous sizes. Of course, those were mere avatars. They had never seen a real body of this magnitude before. Heaven's spirit had its fair share of giants, but they seemed like ants before this skeleton. Xueqi had never seen such an incredible scene like this. His but met the deck once more as he watched on in a daze. Gensher eventually asked, "What is that race?" Xueqi insipidly spoke while looking at the great creature. "A very ancient race that was wiped out a long time ago. In this area, even the playful corpses were astonishing." Splash! In the distance, a monstrous wave appeared. A gigantic skeleton was swimming around. Sometimes it leaped above the sea while others it dove into the depths just like a whale. The two girls were especially moved. Gensher asked with uncertainty, "Is that an ancestral whale?" Xueqi chuckled in response. "To be exact, it is a Kuan, another race that has been made extinct back then. Your school's ancestral whale is related to this Kuan, the only family member lucky enough to survive till now." The two took a deep breath after hearing this. They knew their ancestral whale was a monstrous fish, but they didn't know of its origin or family line. Screech! Next was the cry of a phoenix. A flame surged in the sky. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic skeletal bird flew by. Its entire body was engulfed in flames. These flames seemed to be coming from every single bone. Its tail dragged along with it a fiery ray that stayed in the sky for thousands of miles. This ray contained all kinds of colors, just like the tail of a phoenix. Xueqi rubbed his eyes in astonishment and shouted at the sight of the bird, "Is that a phoenix?" Xueqi watched the bird fly away and answered, "That's not a phoenix either. However, it isn't far from being a real phoenix. At the very least, it has half of a phoenix's bloodline." Taoist Pure Sun murmured, "Just what the hell is this place? Why have all of these powerful creatures turned into bones?" Such a place was too surreal. What exactly was the Bone Sea? How could all of the large creatures eventually leave their remains in this place? Chapter 1352. Xueqi provided no answer. He continued to sail the ship in silence. For a while, the rest of the group fell into silence as well. The scene ahead was too shocking. The Kuan and the humanoid giant were huge, unstoppable creatures. However, they have turned into mere bones. Xueqi suddenly broke the silence with a shout. "Ready up!" Bang! The seawater splashed. In a split second, Xueqi's ship suddenly leaped across the sea and traveled more than 10,000 miles. Boom! At the same time, a long and large skeleton rushed out from the seabed. It looked quite bizarre. There was no head or tail, just a tube made out of bones. Inside were numerous teeth interlocked together like sharp, grinding gears. When these strange teeth-like gears start to rotate, it could crush everything to pieces. Splash! It leaped straight out of the water towards the bone ship. "Come!" The Taoist smiled and unleashed a fist with haste. At this time, he didn't try to hide his power. A God King's aura surged to the sky alongside a magnificent blood energy that surged out like a dam being broken. He immediately lit up as if his body was made out of gold. Under his diamond physique, his fist looked just like a golden mountain that slammed towards this strange skeleton. Boom! The skeleton was blown back into the sea, creating a large tidal wave. However, after just a moment, it leaped out of the water to chase the ship. Lichia laughed. "Go outside to fight, don't break my ship." Having said that, he moved the rudder. With the sound of a hatch being opened, a smaller ship dropped out from the bottom layer of where they were standing and floated to the surface of the sea. "Okay." The Taoist jumped onto this boat and faced the incoming skeleton without fear. Rumble. While the Taoist confronted the strange skeleton, more splashes sounded. Several more skeletons that looked exactly like the one just now jumped out. The girls quickly counted and found that there were 9 of them. These 9 headless figures standing on the sea were quite creepy no matter how one looked at it. This was emphasized by them grinding their teeth, issuing rustling sounds. Both the girls exclaimed, "What the hell are these things?" A fiend mother has 9 connectors. Lichia looked at these bony tubes and said, "It's a devilish creature that has died a long time ago but is still causing trouble." Clank. The Taoist didn't dare to be careless and underestimate these strange tubes. He took out his ancient purity blade and readied himself to fight the enemies. Wah! The 9 bizarre tubes suddenly let out a sharp and creepy cry. Whistling sounds could be heard as these creatures opened their mouths. Circular discs made out of bones suddenly shot out at extreme speeds. These discs actually came together to form a large capstan, trapping the Taoist in the middle in the blink of an eye. Countless sharp teeth within the contraption intended to grind him into mincemeat. At the same time, these tubes also spat out long bony spurs with unbelievable sharpness. With lightning speed, they aimed for his heart. His body was trapped by the cutting capstan with a fatal bone spur aiming directly at him. Such a murderous technique would leave many masters helpless. However, the Taoist was still nonchalant. He let out a long laugh and said, "Good move." In this moment of life and death, his diamond physique erupted with a fiery light. With his current state, he ignored both the capstan and lethal bone spur while swinging his blade horizontally straight for the 9 bone tubes. Clang! Clank! Clank! The capstan tightened up around his body. The sharp gears seemed to be cutting into the hardest metal in the world with sparks flying everywhere. They failed to hurt him in the slightest. At the same time, the long spurs finally struck his heart. With a blinding light like an exploding star, only a shallow dent was left behind. They couldn't pierce through his chest. Clank! A sword hymn echoed as the ancient purity blade crossed the sky. Under the empowerment of his blood energy, this sword emitted an invincible imperial aura. One slash could sever myriad ages, bury the yin and yang, and decapitate gods and devils. At this moment, others could see the Taoist's might as well as the formidable sword. This slash illuminated all eras. With a loud splash, the 9 tubes were chopped into 2 and fell into the water. His diamond physique on top of his cultivation of a god king could allow him to easily sweep through heaven's spirit. It would be difficult to find someone among the younger generation who could contend against him. Perhaps only Meng Zhentian could be his match. Crash! A wave soared to the sky and the severed tubes soared up high once more. One could hear the clicky sounds of bones reconnecting. In a short period of time, these severed tubes were completely connected again. The individual tubes disappeared and a full skeleton appeared before him. This skeleton was huge. On top of it was a large skull greatly contrasting its rather slender exoshell of a woman. Thorny spurs extended all around this slender figure. Each of them had a flashing dark brilliance that looked quite horrifying. It also spewed out a billowing black fog from its mouth just like a harrowing storm. "What is it now?" Gensher was startled to see this huge skeleton. "That's the fiend mother." Lichia smiled and replied, "The show is just beginning. It is enough to give him a hard time for a while." Having said that, he continued to move his ship along. Qianbei couldn't help but ask, "Are we not waiting for the Pure Sun Island Lord?" "Don't worry, he can't die. Someone who can take the ancient purity sword with him to the outside dying this easily? That would be too much of a disappointment." Lichia didn't even bother looking back. This skeletal fiend mother spewed out a tremendous amount of black fog in the shape skulls that flew straight at the Taoist. However, his physique was already activated, so he didn't care for these fog skulls slamming into him. Bang! These skulls all exploded with a force no less than the explosion of a star. The black fog continued to sweep over him. Not only were they powerful, they carried a terrorizing toxicity more than enough to render a mighty existence to ashes. Sizzle! Initially, A glittering light from the diamond physique could be seen inside the black fog. However, this physique began to change. Its golden light dimmed. The fog was beginning to corrode his physique. He had to channel more blood energy so that the physique could light up again. His body that was turning black from the erosion began to shed layers of ash. The black fog from a fiend mother could annihilate a god monarch, but his diamond physique could withstand its corrosion. At the same time, he attacked with his vibrating sword. It crossed the sky like a rainbow and went straight for the creature's gigantic skull. Bang! In this split second, the fiend mother suddenly slammed its palms together to form a madra that came pressing down. This madra was too fast. The Taoist couldn't block it, so he was blown flying. His chest caved in as if it crumbled. His sword attack was also capable of easily killing god monarchs, but it wasn't enough to defeat the fiend mother. He clearly lost this particular exchange. Luckily, he survived due to his special constitution. Any other god king on the same level as him would have turned into blood. Chapter 1353. ZZZ. Taoist Pure Sun's caved-in chest seemed to be remolding as if he was a bronze statue. It fully recovered without leaving behind a visible scar. However, it was quite strange for an evil-looking skeleton like the Fiend Mother to actually use a supreme madra of the Buddhist doctrine. It was incongruent to see a Buddhist seal from this creature. Die! The Taoist wasn't afraid of this mighty creature. He sent out another slash with an extremely dominating momentum. He wanted a direct confrontation. Meanwhile, Xueqi had already traveled far away with his bone ship. Splash! A huge bony hand came out of the sea. It was gigantic and could only be described as being capable of holding up the heavens. Its 5 fingers were spread like Mount Wuxing in a way that could easily pluck the stars from the sky. The group thought that a giant was about to stand up from the sea. However, the next scene left them dumbfounded. Splash! At this time, the owner of this gigantic palm emerged. It was not a giant like they imagined but a skeletal monkey no different from an ordinary monkey. Anyone would find it unthinkable to see such a skeleton have this big of a palm. How could it grow on such a little body? Ruyan asked while still surprised. What is it this time? Xueqi chuckled and replied. Massive palm divine monkey, Jianshi will face it. With that, another bone ship flew out of the main ship. Jianshi didn't question him and immediately jumped onto the other boat in order to fight this skeletal monkey. Clank! Her imperial sword left its scabbard. With lightning speed, she slashed towards the monkey with a billowing aura that rampaged across the sky. Bang! The monkey slammed its gigantic palm down with astonishing speed. Despite the visual oddity of the size disparity, its attack was seamless, smooth, and even faster than lightning. Bang! She couldn't block the attack despite being covered in an imperial aura. She was blown away through the sky but luckily fell onto a different giant skeleton. Rumble! She returned to the ship with more fury than before. Her blood energy instantly erupted. In terms of cultivation, she was no match for Taoist Pure Sun. However, he was inferior with regards to blood energy. Under the sacred spring physique, her blood energy was as vast as an ocean and seemingly saturated the entire bone sea beyond its limit. The divine monkey slammed down once more with a world-destroying palm. A 10,000-meter-tall wave was created by this force. Bang! Jianshi chose to directly confront this incoming attack. The exchange went even, but she didn't want to let up at all. At this time, she was actually wielding a huge axe no smaller than the gigantic palm of the divine monkey. It had an ancient style with a diagram of mountains and rivers carved on it. It seemed that this diagram would give the axe immeasurable weight. Myriad Earth Axe. Her weapon of choice. Her most powerful weapon was this axe, not her imperial sword or some true treasure. This was due to its tailored suitability for her. An elegant and graceful beauty carrying an axe larger than a mountain was simply outrageous. Bang! She swung her axe once again at the divine monkey's palm. Under her wild blood energy, the axe crazily accelerated with more weight and power behind it. Its sundering blow left a scar in the sky. Possessing boundless blood energy was the same as possessing all things. This was the magical property of the sacred spring physique. It could empower every technique to be extraordinarily powerful with greater speed and weight. Of course, its speed augmentation was not as great as the soaring immortal physique. Its additional weight was no match for the hell suppression physique, and it couldn't empower something to the level of the Sky Destroyer physique. Nevertheless, Its endless blood energy made each move quite invincible. The monkey screamed. Its palm turned into a fist that could seal the 6 Dao and headed straight for the axe. Rumble! The battle between the two continued, causing the sky to crack and the entire region to quake. Qianbei was astounded. He couldn't imagine a slender girl like Zhenshi wielding such a great axe. Li Qie was amused at the scene but continued forward without thinking too much about it. They didn't get far before he batted an eye and smiled towards Ruyan. Your turn to protect the ship, don't destroy it. Ruyan charmingly smiled in response. Don't worry, young noble. Leave it to me. Having said that, she jumped to the deck and summoned an immortal cauldron. The moment she opened it, a bunch of smoke came out along with endless fire. In a split second, this heat incinerated the entire ship. So it turned out that strands of bone had come out of the sea and suddenly spread across the entire ship as if wanting to grow on it. At this moment, Ruyan controlled her fire and burned all of these silk-like strands off the ship. Even though it was ruthlessly burning these bone strands away, it didn't harm the ship at all. Oddly enough, under the gushing torrents of fire, these bony strands sizzled but weren't burned to death. The stronger the flame, the faster they grew. In the blink of an eye, they filled the entire ship. A bit interesting. Ruyan smirked and controlled her cauldron. Her body suddenly lit up with the activation of her Heaven Devourer evil physique. At this time, a terrifying vortex appeared inside the cauldron as black flames came out. This new flame burned countless bony strands to ashes. Don't underestimate her cauldron. Its name was the Evil Physique Immortal Cauldron, personally cast by her school's progenitor. As a grand completion user, this progenitor actually used her own bones to create this cauldron. It had an extremely terrifying power. If a disciple who trained in the evil physique controlled this cauldron, its power would be amplified multiple times. Under Ruyan's fire, the bony strands crazily rushed back time and time again, but all were rendered to ashes. Qianbei could only sit on the deck and watch Ruyan resist this crazy bony growth. His cultivation was too weak, so he couldn't help her at all. Zzz. In the midst of his daze, a very quiet noise came about. Help! By the time he realized, he found that a bony strand had snuck onto his body. It crazily grew and appeared all over his body, scaring the soul out of him. He frantically pulled the strands off from his body. It looked like he had 1,000 hands while doing this. It made sense why people called him Xiong Qianbei. Alas, no matter how quickly he shredded them off, his speed was not as fast as the rate of their growth. Help me! He was completely covered, so he shouted at Li Qie and Ruyan for help. However, Li Qie only smiled at the old man. He was completely indifferent. Not only did he not help, he even watched this scene with great amusement. Ruyan found this strange and noticed Li Qie's behavior, so she didn't try to help him either. In the blink of an eye, he was covered in layers upon layers of bony strands. He couldn't cry out anymore as his body convulsed. It was very painful. Eventually, his struggling weakened. It was obvious that he would die to these strands. Suddenly, a loud blast resounded the moment before death. A blood energy swelled as if 1,000 dragons were roaring in his body. His bloodline instantly grew stronger. Boom! The muscles all over his body enlarged as if to make room for dragons flying out of his body. They shattered all of the bony strands that were wrapped around his body. 5 Elements Mountain. There is a real mountain in Vietnam with this name, but I'm sure the author is referring to the artificial mountains made from Buddha's fingers to trap the Monkey King. Qian equals 1,000. Bei equals arm. Chapter 1354. At this moment, dragons seemed to be awakening alongside his bloodline. Their roars could tear the world apart. This is the true bloodline of the Xiong clan, even if it is a little sparse. Li Qie insipidly spoke without being surprised at all. Qianbei was still in shock and couldn't calm down. He sat planted his butt on the deck. The howling dragon aura was nowhere to be found, and his blood energy had returned to its usual level. He was still an insignificant human cultivator. Li Qie didn't pay attention to the shocked cultivator and continued forward without waiting for Zhenshi. The ship headed deeper into the Bone Sea. Along the way, they met more skeletons that attacked them, but they couldn't stop Li Qie's advance. Under his control, the ship moved as fast as a soaring dragon. The skeletons became extraordinary once they reached deeper into this region. Qianbei saw a skeleton that resembled a dragon lying on the sea. There was a jumping flame by its stomach akin to a blossoming flower. It was in a perpetual cycle of blooming then withering then blooming again. Upon closer inspection, people would find that it was not a group of flames but an ancient rune. It was unreasonably complicated with flashing lights, as if stars were being created inside. Qianbei also saw a giant skeletal bird that resembled a giant with its head held up high. This posture made it seem that even during its last moment, it didn't give up. However, this was not the case. It simply had a sun in its mouth. This sun was not particularly large, but it emitted terrifying refined flames, making it seem as if all of the flames in this world were gathered here. This pocket version of the sun could illuminate an entire world or be the genesis of a new generation of life. There was also another skeleton suspended in the air. This one still had fur left that exuded a blue light. This was the thing keeping the skeleton up in the air. All of these skeletons left behind their treasures. Even as time slowly passed, these treasures continued to exist, true to their worth. After looking at these remains, Qianbei finally understood what Li Qie meant when he talked about the opportunities earlier. Supreme treasures. Ruyan murmured. These are the most precious artifacts of these dead creatures. Just obtaining one of these artifacts could benefit cultivators for a lifetime. Of course, it wasn't that easy to get any of them. Li Qie stopped the ship and said, "This is a safe zone." After a while, the Taoist caught up after killing the fiend mother. After getting on the boat, he wryly smiled and said, "That was a narrow escape. I almost died in this sea just now." Even though his appearance looked a bit ragged, he was still in high spirits. Li Qie gave him a side eye in response. "It was only a minor battle. What is this about a narrow escape? That's outrageous. You can say that when you meet a living fiend mother. A dead one is nothing in comparison." The Taoist embarrassingly coughed after being put down by Li Qie. Of course, one had to admit that the Taoist was very powerful. Any other Grand God King would have died for sure after meeting a creature like the dead fiend mother, unlike the Taoist who came out unscathed in addition to killing it. This showed just how powerful he was. More time passed. Gensher had also killed the massive palm divine monkey, and was now coolly standing on her drifting bone ship. Her dress fluttered with the wind. She was still as beautiful and elegant as always. With this current image, one could hardly imagine her carrying a giant axe. She landed on the deck and looked around without saying much. From start to finish, she maintained her noble demeanor and mature charm like a married woman. It was truly captivating. The Taoist finally looked around and saw the skeletons on the sea. He spoke with astonishment. If they left behind these powerful legacies, just how incredible did they used to be when they were alive? This only made things even more frightening since all of these invincible existences died in this terrifying bone sea. Li Qie let go of the rudder and sat down next to Fairy before telling the group with a smile. "Okay, the opportunities are right in front of you. It will be up to your fortune to see if you can get them or not." They stared at each of the skeletons. All of these legacy artifacts were quite powerful, so picking one out of this many wasn't an easy task. "Young noble, can we take all of the treasures here?" Ruyan winked at Li Qie. Her sparkling eyes could make people topple over. Li Qie laughed and replied, "Yes, as long as you are strong enough. However, this will cause the entire sea to riot. Even an immortal emperor wouldn't want something like that to happen." "I'll just pick one then. I'm too young to become a skeleton here." After hearing him, she smiled in response. The Taoist asked Li Qie, "Brother Li, you have an erudite understanding of this matter. How about you show me the way? Which legacy treasure is suitable for me?" The Taoist was normally a quiet man, but he seemed to be a bit cunning with this question. Li Qie glanced at him and chuckled. "Since you asked so modestly, I'll tell you. Go all the way east from here until you see a location that resembles a mountain. The peak will be red as if blood is oozing from it. Climb up there and test your fortune." The Taoist cupped his fists after obtaining some guidance and said, "Thank you for your advice. I'll go give it a shot." He jumped back on his bone ship and drifted towards the direction Li Qie spoke of. "Young noble, do you have some tips for me as well?" Ruyan coquettishly smiled at him. Li Qie answered, "Fine, I'll be nice to the end since you sisters have treated me well. Come." Having said that, he controlled the ship to relocate to another location. They crossed the region and eventually stopped at an island. This was quite a rare sight. It was full of mists, giving it the appearance of an immortal land. If this island appeared in a blue ocean, people would actually think that immortals lived there. Inside the mist was the faint sight of a tablet that reached all the way into the sky. People couldn't see it completely due to poor visibility. Nevertheless, they could still tell that the tablet was made from a completely black metal. There were markings on it that could be text or morphing runes. It was impossible to see what the marks were due to the mist. Xueqi pointed at the stone tablet and said, "If you can obtain this tablet, then it will bring you a lifetime of benefits. It can also take your Heaven Devourer evil physique to the next level." Really? Ruyan felt elated after hearing this. Despite being the evil devourer schoolmaster and seeing countless treasures while growing up, she was still very interested in this tablet that was capable of improving her physique. Xueqi gave her a glance and replied, "My words are truer than anything else in this world." Ruyan took a deep breath and stepped on the island without any carelessness. She activated her immortal physique instantly. An evil energy floated around her body, causing a demoness like her to look even more seductive. She started walking towards the tablet shrouded in mist as a buzzing noise came out. The marks on the tablet suddenly rose and turned into a palm that flew right at her. "Come!" She gave a shout as her evil energy rose into the air and turned into a black barrier to stop the suppressive palm. Bang! 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 It was a successful block, but the palm was too powerful. Cracks appeared on the barrier. Activate! She didn't waste time thinking after seeing its power and summoned her cauldron while exerting her physique to its limit. She unleashed an unstoppable fire straight onto the tablet. A loud explosion signaled the start of their battle. Chapter 1355. Xueqi stopped watching Ruyan and turned to Gensher instead. "What kind of legacy treasure do you want?" Her gentle voice and mature bearing could cause people to sway. It was like a quiet rain cleansing everything in the middle of spring. She replied, "I'll want whatever you think is best." Xueqi smiled and continued to maneuver his ship forward. Eventually, they reached the skeleton that they first saw after entering this region. It was a humanoid giant with a giant sword in front of him. From afar, he already looked monstrous in size. They had no choice but to look up as they got closer, but no one could see the top of its head. Anyone would feel as insignificant as an ant before such a giant, regardless of their status and ability. Xueqi asked Gensher while looking at the giant, "Don't you need a giant axe?" She replied, "I initially wanted to make the myriad earth axe my true fate weapon, but it isn't very suitable." Xueqi smiled and continued, "A cultivator does not necessarily need a true fate weapon, and an immortal physique user is even more special. Some of them do not have a true fate weapon at grand completion since they refine their bodies into unique weapons. Some refer to this phenomenon as an immortal physique weapon. Of course, there are those that think this type of art is considered part of the foreign Tao." Gensher could understand his comment because her 3 schools had such weapons. For example, Ruyan's evil immortal cauldron was an immortal physique weapon. These weapons were able to combine their power with the appropriate physique user and increase their battle effectiveness. Xueqi pointed at the great sword and said, "Many god kings have thought about obtaining this weapon. They all knew that it was an incredible artifact but remained unaware of its origin. This sword ahead might be the biggest blade Gensher had ever seen. Even though some treasures could grow as large as a galaxy, they were simply illusions or avatar forms. Their true size wouldn't be that large, unlike this sword. Only a divine sword of this size was worthy of being this giant's weapon." Xueqi explained, "The name of this sword is the Colossal Immortal Blade. Its value and power are not weaker than any immortal emperor true fate weapons. Its mysteries far exceed what you can imagine." Her energy soared for a second time and her inner physique turned incomparably bright. It was several times greater than the previous time she activated it. She was determined to obtain this sword no matter the cost. Xueqi watched from a distance for a bit before smiling and sailed his bone ship away again. As the boat slowly floated away, he turned towards Qianbei and asked, "What kind of legacy treasures do you want?" The old man sitting on the deck regained his wits and wryly smiled. "I'm very grateful for your guidance, but I am only an ant. I can't compare to the island lord or the schoolmasters, so I don't have any foolish wishes about these legacies. Following you here and obtaining these 8 eyes is more than enough for me." Qianbei knew his limits. Although there were many treasures here, he wouldn't be able to obtain anything with his weak abilities even if Xueqi could show him the way, so he simply gave up. It's a good thing to know when to let go. Xueqi smiled and didn't comment further. Chapter 1356. While the rest of the group was trying to capture their legacy treasures, Xueqi didn't try to take any of them. He simply wandered around this area on his bone ship in an aimless manner. He even let the ship drift to wherever it wanted. Qianbei curiously asked, "Young noble, are you not trying to get any of these artifacts?" He believed that with Li Qi's abilities, he could take any of the treasures here with ease. Li Qi looked at the calm sea before lightly smilingly. "I'm not here for these legacies." For Li Qi, bringing the group here was only a side benefit. His goal was not this place. However, since he was already here, he wanted to take a look because of a particular legend. Few had heard of it and even less believed in it. Nevertheless, Li Qi was hopeful since he was certain that what he wanted to find was here. Qianbei was surprised to hear this, but he eventually understood after thinking about it. Li Qi was very heaven-defying, so he didn't care about treasures. Or maybe for someone like him, it was too easy to take whatever he wanted. The ship continued to aimlessly drift with the two silently watching the sceneries. This region was very tranquil. There were no flying skeletons, not even waves. This might be the safest location in the Bone Sea. Li Qi gently shook his head after seeing the serene sea. He felt that he wasn't meant to see it in this generation. Suddenly, the calm water began to sway with surging waves. Baz! A sword hymn resounded across the region. A bright ray rose back at the giant's location, illuminating the entire area. Qianbei looked back and happily exclaimed, "Schoolmaster Zhua has done it." At this time, Zhenshe was standing on the giant's head after successfully pulling the colossal sword up high. Its horrifying sword light engulfed the entire sky with a crushing sword intent. All existences trembled before its might. This imperial sword was large enough to encompass the entire world. Zhenshe herself was also emitting a divine aura. All of her blood energy gathered above her head like a true dragon. Its claws were tearing the sky apart with a suppressive momentum. Clank! The sword continued to sing its hymn in the clouds. She was very small compared to the sword, but she had turned into an empress of the 9 heavens, noble and unfathomable. This sword energy could crush the firmaments. So powerful. With that sword in her hand, she shall be matchless. Qianbei turned pale from the pressure of Zhenshe with her colossal sword and couldn't stand up from the deck. Eventually, she recalled the sword into her palace while still standing above the gigantic skull in a transcendent manner like a flawless fairy. Boom! At the location of the island where Ruyan was located, a black light erupted. The entire location turned dark as if something was enveloping the heaven and earth. What's going on? Qianbei was astonished once more as he looked around to find the cause for the sudden darkness. Bursts of explosions resounded as if something was in the process of devouring everything. If a powerful cultivator were to open their heavenly gaze, they would see a shocking scene. The tablet on that island was opening its jaws and swallowing the darkness in the sky. It looked as if even the stars up above weren't spared. The sky eventually regained its brightness as the darkness rescinded like a tide from being completely devoured by the tablet. The entire process gave the feeling of the coming of a devil, but in a split second, it was defeated and the light returned. Qianbei stared at the sky and couldn't calm down due to his lack of awareness of the current situation. Zhenshe's bone ship floated back during this time. She jumped back on the deck. Li Qi smiled after seeing her. "Nice sword, it really suits you. Thank you for giving me this creation." She bowed deeply towards him. Even though she earned it due to her own efforts, Li Qi's guidance also played a large part in the acquisition. "Congratulations on obtaining the sword, senior sister." At this time, Ruyan also drifted back with her boat and smiled at Zhenshe. Before Zhenshe could say anything, Ruyan calmly pulled Li Qi's arm like a spoiled child and said, "Young noble, she obtained a divine sword and even has the sacred spring physique. I'm afraid I'll never be able to lift my head again when she decides to bully me. There will be no peace for me at the Void Imperfection 3 schools. You have to show me the way. Don't let me live the rest of my life in such a miserable manner." Here, her eyes moistened, resulting in a delicate appearance. She was already a seductress, so acting cute and lovable could melt someone with a steel heart. Li Qi gently flicked her forehead and scolded, "Don't play cute with me. Your tablet is not inferior to the colossal immortal sword, so stop being greedy. As long as it is something you give, I will want more and more." She was still coquettishly holding on to his arm. This playful appearance could steal souls. Li Qi smiled and looked into the distance. After a while he said, Taoist Pure Sun is back. Everyone looked over and sure enough, they saw the Taoist returning on his own ship. His sleeves were fluttering in an otherworldly manner. However, he seemed a bit ragged with his clothes torn in many places. Ruyan gave him the side eye and teased. Taoist Pure Sun, did you go to a dragon's nest or something? Why do you look so down? Don't tell me you tore off your own clothes in order to act pitiful? The Taoist didn't mind and smiled in response. You are pretty on point. It was 90% death and 10% survival. I almost couldn't make it back. That is to say, you must have gotten something peerless? Zhenshi was surprised too. The Taoist was stronger than her, so something that could make him look this embarrassed must have been quite dangerous. The Taoist smilingly replied. I was lucky. I took a trip to the gates of hell and after a harrowing encounter, I finally found something in return. His content appearance revealed his amazing harvest. After all, someone of his status wouldn't care for ordinary treasures. Xueqi smiled and shook his head. Do you need to exaggerate so much? It was definitely hard work, but what is this about the gates of hell and a harrowing encounter? The Taoist coughed with a slightly embarrassed demeanor after being called out by Xueqi. He curiously asked afterward, Brother Li, have you been there before? Xueqi only smiled without answering. Ruyan cheerfully told him, take out your treasure so everyone can have a look. The Taoist grinned. It's only an egg. It can't compare to the two magnificent treasures the two of you obtained. Nevertheless, he didn't try to hide it and took it out. What he obtained was a golden egg several times larger than an ordinary one. An adult couldn't hold it in one hand. It was glittering as if the whole egg was made out of gold. Zhenshi asked, what is this golden egg? Ruyan quipped, such a big egg, how about we cook it? It's more than enough for us to have a full meal. Having said that, she reached forward and knocked on the egg. A very crisp boom resounded. The light on the shell rippled and emanated everywhere like waves. It seemed to be issuing a faint noise, as if she has woken up the creature inside. Is this a phoenix egg? Qianbei's jaw almost dropped after seeing this strange scene. He mustered up some courage to touch the egg. It felt quite warm. Xueqi cheerfully said, wishful thinking. If this was a phoenix egg, I would have taken it already instead of letting someone else do so. Zhenshi curiously asked, what kind of egg is it then? Even the unaware would realize that this golden egg was incredible. The Taoist commented with a grin. It should be an egg of an immortal bird. Even if it isn't a phoenix, it should have the bloodline of a divine beast. Chapter 1357. Xueqi smiled and said, that's true. It really does have the blood of a divine beast, a mighty bloodline. If your 4 branches are willing to invest, maybe you can groom it into a divine beast like a phoenix or true dragon one day. Phoenix and true dragon. Both Zhenshi and Ruyan were shaken upon hearing this. Even though there had been races that claimed to have these bloodlines, even as descendants of the divine beasts, it was only to elevate their own worth. Those with the bloodlines of true dragons and phoenixes would have a very thin amount to the point of it being negligible. Descendants of such bloodlines would only be able to exert 1/100th or even 1/10,000th of a phoenix's power. The Taoist anxiously asked, can you really breed a true dragon or phoenix? Xueqi laughed after seeing his expression. Do you want to try? The Taoist coughed and asked, well, who wouldn't want to have a true dragon or phoenix? Even an immortal emperor would have this desire. Brother Li, can I really breed this golden egg into one? Xueqi smiled. In theory, yes. This is an evolution of the bloodline. This egg already has a divine bloodline, so it does have a chance in this respect. After undergoing metamorphosis, it has a certain chance of atavism. Even a big shot like the Taoist still became excited and blurted, really? Xueqi laughed in response. No, this is only theoretical. In fact, it isn't really possible. The so-called pheasant jumping into a branch to turn into a phoenix is only an argument used to elevate one's worth. It's impossible for something like that to happen. Oh, I see. The Taoist smiled wryly. Xueqi continued. You don't have to feel down. With efforts from your branches, you will still be able to train an incredible existence. It's not like this egg's bloodline is bad. The only reason is why it can't evolve into a true divine beast is that in this world, the conditions for it to reach atavism can't be met. You mean this egg itself has a chance to become divine? Gensher understood the implications. Li Qie replied, any creature has a chance for atavism, the number is just very small. In theory, the more effort you spend trying to cultivate it, the higher the chance for atavism. Of course, this kind of atavism is only suitable for other creatures such as charming spirits or Treants. It isn't possible for true dragons and phoenixes, at least not within the 9 worlds. The Taoist asked. Then what kind of conditions and environments are required to make this egg divine? Li Qie laughed in response. Looks like you still haven't given up. Okay, so let's say that such a world exists. It would be very simple. Every single existence and citizen of the 4 branches will have to use their blood energy to gestate it on top of utilizing all possible treasures. In other words, every ounce of your resources. However, this isn't worth it. Then what if a world allows for this? Do you think it's worth the effort of an entire race and all of their resources to create a true dragon or phoenix? With your resources, it is possible and more efficient to train 3 immortal emperors instead of a single divine beast. Having said that, he stared implicatively at the Taoist. But, the Taoist paused for a moment and said, I heard a legend that says divine beasts are not just strong, they possess something unique as opposed to the other races, innate gifts so to speak. Even immortal emperors have a hard time acquiring them. Li Qie couldn't help but smile. That's the 4 branches for you, your sect indeed knows a lot. Is it really the case? The Taoist pressed on with his inquiries. Li Qie looked at the calm sea before answering. The divine beasts are indeed special and races worthy of envy. However, even if they do exist, they are too few in number and more precious than anything else. The rest of the group held their breaths and listened carefully. Li Qie went on. These are creatures that only exist in tales. I'm afraid no one has seen a real divine beast. Many records state that not only are they powerful, they're also priceless. Even a single feather of theirs is precious. However, for the truly mighty crowd like immortal emperors, this isn't the cause for the beast's temptation. What's the most tempting characteristic about them then? Qianbei couldn't help but ask since Li Qie stopped for a moment. Li Qie looked at him and revealed. They're innate gifts. They're not things races like us can have in this world. What are these gifts? Ruyan was also fascinated by this topic. Li Qie gently shook his head in response. There are too many to say because each of these divine beasts has their own unique gift. In fact, because too few have seen real divine beasts, we don't really know much about these special gifts. Of course, some are also extremely well known. He went on, for example, we were talking about the phoenix earlier. What is the innate gift of a phoenix? Rebirth through fire. Everyone was shaken after hearing these words. Rebirth was a pipe dream many people yearned for. Even emperors researched it thoroughly. Li Qie elaborated. Of course, not just any phoenix can achieve this. Only when they attain a certain amount of strength would they be able to use their gift of rebirth. While the group was silent, Li Qie smiled and said, why do emperors covet it so much? Rumor has it that when a phoenix is at the peak of its power, it could be reborn forever. Continuously? The Taoist was startled. Li Qie exclaimed with a grin. To put it another way, eternal reincarnation and permanent immortality. The group was astounded once more after hearing this. Rebirth alone was already enough to make everyone wish for it. An endless number of rebirths was most likely unobtainable even for emperors. It was too tempting. Does the world really have a reincarnation cycle? Gensher thought about something else. This matter felt too surreal. Repeated reincarnation for immortality was quite frightening. I don't know. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. This is only a legend. It is already hard to see a real phoenix, let alone one at its apex. Such a phoenix will definitely only be found in legends. The group fell into silence after hearing this. As for Qianbei, he didn't even dare to think about it. He could only consider it as part of a myth since it was too unreachable for him. After a while, Ruyan asked, what about the gift of a true dragon? Li Qie laughed and looked at her with a mysterious grin. If you see an actual true dragon one day, I'll tell you its innate gift. Jerk. She pouted with dissatisfaction but didn't pry further. Li Qie stopped talking and looked at the sea while letting his bone ship drift through this area. His ship drifted wherever the seawater flowed. This atmosphere was one of rumination. Everyone had their own thoughts. After a long time, they found that Li Qie seemed to not want to leave. This journey of drifting left them quite puzzled since they didn't know his intentions. Chapter 1358. In the midst of this tranquil drifting, Xueqi continued to stare at the sea in silence. It was as if something was attracting his attention. After a while, Gensher gently asked, "Young noble, are you looking for something?" There were countless skeletons and legacy artifacts in this region, but Xueqi didn't bother giving them a single glance. It was as if these treasures were merely scrap metal in his eyes. Only the calm sea warranted his attention. Xueqi looked back at her and replied, "Yes. To be exact, I'm waiting for something." Ruyan's eyes lit up as she curiously asked, "For what? A treasure? Is there one at the bottom of the sea?" "I'm not here for treasures." Xueqi shook his head. "I'm here to chase after a legend, to dispel an unsolvable question." "What kind of legend?" The Taoist found this topic interesting. His sect had many records of the Bone Sea, but he had not heard of this legend before. "It's a legend about eternal life." Xueqi answered with a mysterious smile. "Legend of eternal life?" The group was stirred after hearing this. The Taoist spoke with a changed expression. "So the rumors about the Bone Sea having an item that grants immortality is true?" "Really?" Gensher was also surprised. It was no wonder the world all found themselves wanting it. Even someone like Meng Zhentian couldn't sit still and had to personally visit the Bone Sea. "It's false." Xueqi laughed. "If this place actually had an item like that, it wouldn't be this generation's turn, and especially not someone like Meng Zhentian. Throughout history, many emperors have been here before, and some made it to the deepest location of the Bone Sea. Do you think people in this generation will still have a turn in this?" After hearing this, the group felt that it made sense. Who could be stronger than immortal emperors? In fact, even sea gods and tree fathers had been here before. These characters would have taken away the item of immortality if it actually existed. "So it's a lie, you almost scared me to death." Ruyan playfully protested. "What kind of legend is it? Hurry and tell us." Xueqi stared at the sea and eventually said, "A legend about a shadow." "A shadow?" Gensher wasn't clear. What kind of legend could there be about a shadow? Xueqi replied, "Because it has existed forever, it became a legend. In a distant era, some passages regarding this legend were written, but they are very few in number, so not many are aware of it. It goes like this. Ever since the Bone Sea was known to be, there has been a shadow in the waters here. It is just like a ghost, appearing and disappearing for millions of years. Generations passed, but this shadow continues to be. It is an eternal existence in the Bone Sea." He continued gazing at the calm waters while speaking. "Ever since the formation of the Bone Sea?" The Taoist shuddered. According to his sect's records, the Bone Sea was beyond traceability. Some even said that it was impossible to try and figure out its beginning. Keep in mind that Gu Chun's 4 branches were among the top 2 oldest lineages in Heaven Spirit. Immortal Emperor Gu Chun was the first emperor and lived during the Desolate Era. However, even his sect didn't have any clues on the origin of the Bone Sea. From this one could see just how ancient it was. A shadow in the waters existing at the start of the Bone Sea. Such a timeless existence was very interesting. Gensher asked, "What is this shadow?" Xueqi smiled as his eyes turned quite profound. "This is where it gets interesting. Some believe that it is an existence, others say that it is just a projection of the Bone Sea. Another speculation states that it is an unrelenting ghost. In short, no one has seen what it is, or at least what its true form is." "Can someone actually see a shadow in this type of water?" Ruyan looked at the sea and grew curious. It was very cloudy, and some of the regions even had water as black as ink. How could anyone see a shadow within these waves? Xueqi didn't answer. He continued on with his task as the ship freely drifted about. The rest of the group joined in while holding their breaths in eager anticipation for this legendary shadow to appear. Time passed, but there were no signs of it. Nevertheless, they were great characters, so they could remain patient in this endeavor. After a long while, Xueqi stopped looking and gently sighed. "Some things are only meant for the fated ones, you can't force it when the time isn't ripe." Having said that, he returned inside to look at Fairy. He heaved a sigh of relief after seeing that she was doing well. Xueqi held the rudder and smiled at the group. "Okay, let's leave this place. It's time for us to hunt some treasures." "A treasure hunt? Aren't there a lot of legacy treasures before us right now?" Ruyan chuckled. Xueqi smiled and shook his head. "Everything must be in moderation. We can't take too many treasures and fortunes from here. There are many places to visit at the Bone Sea, so there's no need to waste too much time here. If we're lucky, maybe we can find the missing item from your schools." He laughed loudly after mentioning this. "Really?" Gensher's eyes lit up, accentuating her mature allurement even more. Li Qie replied, "I said maybe. However, the chance is quite high in this generation. Your luck can be said to be very good from having met me. The Bone Sea is different this time too, so some items that should appear will appear." His eyes flashed at this point. Despite his answer, the two girls were still quite elated. If they could get back their lost wind chase break, it would be a marvelous deed for their schools. The ship acted like a flood dragon under Li Qie's control as it quickly left this region while braving the winds and billows. They left this calm sea that seemed to be acting as a haven. Right afterward, they entered another dangerous zone. The group made preparations to kill the powerful skeletons at a moment's notice. However, contrary to their expectations, this dangerous zone was strangely calm. There were no flying skeletons or anything that came to attack them. What's going on? Ruyan took a look around and discovered the calmness of the sea. Outside of the large skeletons on the surface, nothing else could be found. The whole place gave an empty and silent feel. When they got here earlier, this place was very lively with flying and swimming skeletons everywhere. They killed the Fiend Mother and the Divine Monkey residing here. At this moment, the moving skeletons were gone. They seemingly evacuated overnight. Li Qie casually asked from the helm, "What's the matter?" "The skeletons are all gone," Ruyan said. "When we came here they were everywhere, but not one can be seen right now." Li Qie batted his eyes. His figure shifted and immediately appeared on the deck. His gaze was particularly sharp as it swept through the area like lightning. Li Qie slowly said, "It's time." The group was surprised. Gensher asked, "Time for what?" Li Qie elaborated, "The shadow of the Bone Sea is coming. Only with its emergence will the skeletons go away. That's the reason why we didn't face any of them at the place with the legacy treasures and why this place is so quiet right now." The Taoist asked, "Was that treasure land the lair of the shadow?" Li Qie shook his head. "No, but it will first appear in that location if it decides to show up at all. That's why it is a safe zone without any evil spirits." "Look, what is that shadow?" Ruyan suddenly shouted and pointed to the left. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed to. There was indeed a shadow slowly moving in the sea at a snail's pace. Remember that the seawater was very muddy. Logically speaking, such a shadow shouldn't be visible at all, but for some strange reason, this shadow could be clearly seen in these muddy waters. Chapter 1359. It finally came. Li Qie excitedly stared at the shadow with his bright eyes. The girls have never seen this kind of expression from him. Even when countless treasures presented themselves, he didn't bother batting an eye as if indicating that they were nothing. However, this shadow warranted so much attention from him that it seemed as if it was a supreme immortal treasure. The girls were curious. Just what was this shadow and its uses? Li Qie commanded, "Everyone wait here." He took out a treasure and threw it into the sea. The item he threw into the sea was a medium-sized shuttle. It was translucent, making it seem to be made from crystal. He then jumped inside and with a swish, it swiftly dove into the sea and disappeared from sight. The rest of the group was dumbfounded. They were aware that anything that fell into the sea would be done for. Nothing could float in the Bone Sea outside of bones. Both the living and treasures would start to sink without fail. But now, Li Qie threw out a shuttle-like boat that could actually travel in the Bone Sea. This was quite unfathomable. Such a treasure would be coveted by everyone since it would allow for free travel in this region. They naturally didn't know that Li Qie borrowed it from the Bone's Lord. This was the place where the boat would shine. Because of this, the Island Lord considered this boat to be as valuable as his own life. No other treasure could compare to it. At this point, the shadow that was slowly drifting in the sea suddenly ran for dear life towards the horizon. The group immediately knew that Li Qie was chasing after it. Qianbei watched and murmured, "Just what the hell is that thing?" Li Qie, who didn't care for all the treasures here, was now running for this shadow. The truth was that none of them knew anything about the shadow. This was their first time hearing about its legend as well. Ruyan was very inquisitive about this matter. She asked the Taoist, "Hey, Pure Sun Island Lord, Your 4 branches are considered the oldest lineage in heaven's spirit. Does it not have any records about this thing? The Taoist shook his head. I wouldn't need to lie to you if I knew about it. We really don't have anything written down about this shadow. Zhenshi asked. I heard Immortal Emperor Gu Chun had been there. Immortal Emperor Yan Shi was even more amazing. There are tales about how she nearly turned the Bone Sea upside down. One even wrote that she made it all the way to the depths of the Bone Sea. Even the 2 of them don't know anything about this shadow? Their curiosity was warranted, especially after seeing Li Qia's unexpected action. The shadow must be unparalleled. I don't know whether our patriarch was aware of the shadow or not, but we simply don't have any records about it. If we were to talk about shadows and darkness, then I actually do know one particular matter that is written down at our sect. It states that for generations, a dark curtain has always been covering the 9 worlds. The mythical dark curtain. Both the sisters' eyes widened. Ruyan said, Are you referring to the dark hand behind the curtains? The Taoist said, Yes, the dark hand, but this has nothing to do with the shadow here. Zhenshi replied, Yes, these are independent matters. The dark hand is something else entirely. We also have records about the dark hand, but it's not very clear. There are only a few sentences here and there without any details. This dark hand is an existence that has been around since the start as well. The Taoist commented with a tinge of emotion before stopping. Qianbei curiously asked, Dark hand? What is this dark hand? He naturally knew nothing about it. The others didn't want to talk about this topic and kept their mouths shut. Even though they didn't know much about the dark hand behind the curtains, they were still aware that it was a taboo subject. Even those who knew the truth were unwilling to discuss this topic. Qianbei understood right away that he had asked the wrong question and laughed awkwardly. In the end, the Taoist shook his head and said, It's a taboo subject, we can't dwell on it. In the sea, the shadow was escaping with great speed as if it didn't want to make any contact with Li Qia. When Li Qia got near, it would start to retreat again. Of course, Li Qia had no intention of letting it go. He rode the shuttle and gave chase. No one could see the figure of the shadow due to its incomparable agility. There was only a fuzzy blur while the actual thing inside was hidden. Li Qia was fixated on the shadow and murmured, Keep running, I want to see where you will take me. No matter how fast it was, it couldn't escape Li Qia's shuttle. Remember that this shuttle was a supreme treasure. Nothing could outrun it in the Bone Sea. After failing to evade the shuttle, the shadow suddenly leaped up out of the surface. The shuttle didn't give up and jumped out as well. However, after getting out, no more muddy waters or bones were in sight. This seemed to be space with stars and bright lights. It was spectacular with colorful spots in the distance just like a nebula. Who knows where this place was? It seemed to be another world altogether. The shuttle continued chasing the shadow without giving up an inch. After noticing that it couldn't escape the shuttle, the shadow suddenly dove and rushed into the deepest part of space with the shuttle right behind it. They quickly entered another world once more. This place was extremely dry and barren like a desert as far as the eye could see. There were many pits in the sand spewing fire out into the sky. One could hear explosions with magma gushing out everywhere as well. This magma was red with a metallic hue. Who knows what it was? Li Qia didn't care for the location and continued on chasing the shadow. It doesn't matter where you flee, you won't be able to escape like last time. The shadow suddenly leaped into a different world once more. The process repeated. It was a watery world, but it wasn't the Bone Sea. This was a sea of blood in a vast and boundless expanse of red. Anyone would be frightened before this scene that could be hell itself. The more horrifying part was that this sea of blood was not calm. There were storms everywhere with waves of blood that towered for endless height, filling the sky. Such terrifying storms seemed to be destroying the world. Amidst the continuous explosions were pillars of blood gushing to the sky like springs. It seemed that nothing could survive among these blasts spraying everywhere. This place was very dangerous. Yet the shadow came and went freely. Its speed was completely unaffected. However, the Island Lord's shuttle also had a great origin, so it could cross this sea of blood unhindered. Under Li Qia's control, the shadow couldn't lose him at all. This shadow was both angry and surprised at this development. If it was any other existence, it would have turned around to tear them into little pieces. However, it had lost to Li Qia in the past. It didn't matter what form Li Qia was in, an evil apparition or a living being, It could sense his unique aura regardless. So now, it could only desperately flee in order to not be tricked by him again. Even though it escaped safely last time, it became afraid for many years afterward. The two continued their cat-and-mouse game through many worlds. Lichia laughed at the shadow running for its life and sent a telepathic message. Really, you don't have to run. We can sit down and have a nice talk. Maybe even work together. However, the shadow ignored him and sped up to escape. Chapter 1360. While Lichia's group went to the Legacy Treasure Zone, the other regions of the Bone Sea were very lively with ships and people everywhere. Virtually every famous cultivator in Heaven's Spirit has arrived. From the start, many influential characters came for the item of immortality in the legends. However, the cultivators from the rest of the factions came to join in the fun as well. Many people knew that the greater the force, the safer it would be. Of course, safety was a relative term inside this region. No true haven existed here. In fact, this was the case for all 12 burial grounds. Due to this factor, unfortunate news came each day as many cultivators met their demise with no lack of big shots among the list. 9 elders, 24 protectors, and 3,000 disciples from the South Sea aquatic tribe met a group of evil spirits. All of them became food. Not even a bone was left behind. This was one of the misfortunes. The true flower god monarch from the Jade Sea was attacked by a croco-dragon, then fell into the sea by accident and drowned. Cultivators glanced around upon hearing this. A god monarch drowning to death? This might be the saddest death of a god monarch in the past million years. A charming spirit from the Abyss Sea, the soaring reflection god king wanted to break into the forbidden zone of the Bone Sea. The moment he stepped inside, he suddenly turned into ashes. An even more shocking piece of news about the deeper region spread. Many shuddered after hearing this and had to take deep breaths. A god king rendered to ashes instantly? Just how horrifying was this? The deepest part of the Bone Sea was also its core. It was known as the Forbidden Zone. This location was quite mysterious and dangerous. There was a 90% chance of dying after intruding this area, even for a god king. Nevertheless, many god kings still tried to enter for research purposes due to the rumors about the item of immortality. Another one stated that the sea demon's trident might also be there. Because of these reasons, many supreme sea demons fell in this place to verify the claim of the trident's location. Of course, there was also good news among the bad. Some claimed that there were treasures everywhere. Even though this was a bit exaggerated, it wasn't too far off from the truth. As long as one was lucky enough, they could obtain precious items. There was a plethora of different treasures. Some beasts would leave behind their cores after dying, and the same goes for powerful cultivators with their treasures. Maybe there were even mantras and merit laws carved on the bones of a failed expedition. Just a few days ago, one cultivator found a particular merit law. This news quickly spread across the Bone Sea. A nobody from the Dragon Demon Sea found a law on the leg of a mammoth. This supreme law was left behind by the Holy Wheel Supreme from 90,000 years ago. The juniors or people from the smaller sects were quite envious. For these weaker cultivators, obtaining a chapter of a merit law was the same as leaping over the Dragon Gate to enter the rank of masters. This nobody was smart. After obtaining this great merit law, he immediately left the Bone Sea to find a place and hide. Have you heard yet? Elder Hua from the Wooden Fish tribe picked up a piece of bone. I heard he spent several days rummaging through these mountains before finding it. After being checked by a sage, it was determined to be a piece from the sternum of a heavenly flood dragon with its majestic divinity intact. It's very precious and can be refined into a foreign Tao treasure. The eldest disciple from the 100 Fish Courtyard also picked up a bronze lock. I heard it is a legacy treasure left behind by a true god, very unfathomable with a great effect within. The good news that came up each day excited the cultivators here even more. Everyone wanted to have success overnight by finding 1 or 2 pieces of incredible treasures. Everyone knew just how dangerous the place was with evil spirits looming everywhere, but this didn't deter their enthusiasm for these treasures. They scavenged around through the bones in their search. Both the famous big shots and renowned prodigies were present. The swift Tao God, the profound God Monarch, Taoist Lin from the Immaculate Expanse, the extreme young monarch. These illustrious youths were all present. Of course, among the big shots, the most famous and powerful had to be Meng Zhentian. His might was not just in name since it has been proven before. The moment he arrived, a powerful evil spirit attacked him. This creature was more than 10,000 meters tall. It stood on the sea like a great mountain. Its skeletal form was quite frightening. Only one thick and large leg was supporting its huge form like a pillar. The skeleton emitted a powerful divinity like a living divine beast. A Xueqi. Even older paragons retreated in the face of this monstrous skeleton. After the skeletons in the Bone Sea turned into evil spirits, they all emitted emotionless and cold auras. However, this particular skeleton still exuded divinity, showing that the aura of death here had yet to refine it completely. It's a divine impertinent bull and not a real Xueqi. But when it was alive, it did have the bloodline of a Xueqi flowing through it. A charming spirit paragon noticed the bony claw sticking out of its chest and recognized its real identity. Although this evil spirit was not a Xueqi, it was still quite mighty. With a loud roar, the world quaked with tidal waves capable of destroying everything terrorized the sky. Ah! Screams resounded. In the surging storm, many bone ships were flipped over with cultivators still aboard, causing them to drown. Many nearby cultivators jumped onto other bone mountains or grabbed onto large skeletons on the sea in order to avoid dying from their ships capsizing. While the bull skeleton was causing waves, Meng Zhentian declared from his carriage, "Monster, do not be presumptuous." His declaration alarmed the high heavens. The stars in the sky rustled as the universe turned disorderly. An everlasting aura emanated from the carriage with an endless light illuminating the entire region. It looked as if 10 suns were rising from within. All kinds of phenomena emerged around it. There were immortal pictures and astral creations floating up and down. The yin and yang as well as karma itself were rotating inside. This carriage became the center of the world and dominated the entire realm. Bang! Under Meng Zhentian's supreme suppression, the one-legged bull prostrated in the sea. It roared and struggled to stand up in vain since it remained suppressed by his power. It wasn't until his boat made from crocodile bone went away before his supreme aura dispersed. This frightened skeletal bull drilled into the ocean and disappeared immediately after. Many people were aghast after seeing such a domineering scene. They couldn't calm down for a long time. From start to finish, Meng Zhentian didn't even show his face or take action. Just his supreme aura alone was enough to force that powerful spirit into prostrating motionlessly. Just how formidable was he? The crowd shuddered at his incredible show of power. Many young geniuses felt despair. As long as Meng Zhentian was alive in this world, their day would never come. Who else can be a mortal emperor but him? Both the old and young shared this thought after seeing this scene. The younger generation had a decent showing at the Bone Sea, especially the extreme young monarch. There were reports of him obtaining an incomparable refined sun fire. However, with Meng Zhentian around, they were eclipsed completely. No one really paid attention to them. Rumor has it that even the Sea Shield Prince was here, but no one had seen him, so it was merely speculation. This character had always been mysterious. Moreover, he cultivated the void physique, so he often traveled in an untraceable manner. No one really knew his whereabouts. Shampsosaurus seemed to be the designated translation for this, but I'm keeping dinosaurs away. The reason for this is because most dinosaurs in Chinese are adjective plus dragon. For example, a T-Rex is a tyrannical dragon. This crocodragon is crocodile plus dragon. I don't think the author is ever referring to a dinosaur when he names these dragon hybrids. Chapter 1361. While Li Qie chased after the shadow, the Taoists group could only wait on the bone ship. Even though time continued to tease them, the experienced group could remain calm and patiently waited for Li Qie's return. However, there was no sign of him after a while. Qianbei felt quite anxious. He looked around and worriedly said, "Could something have happened to young noble Li? It has been such a long time. I wonder if he has met some trouble." Jianshi calmly responded, "Don't worry, he is more careful than anyone else. He wouldn't take action without being certain, so he can definitely escape unscathed under any circumstance." Both the girls were full of confidence in Li Qie. Even though it has been quite a long time since his departure, they still believed that he would be back just fine. The Taoist also nodded. "Brother Li is completely unfathomable. In my eyes, he might not be treating the Bone Sea too seriously. This location can't hinder him either." Qianbei heaved a sigh of relief after hearing these big characters' words. The group continued to wait without any new developments. After a while, the ship began to tremble. Loud explosions came about as if it was the end of the world. What's going on? The group was shocked. At first, they thought an evil spirit was attacking the ship. However, they quickly found that this trembling wasn't caused by the region but the ship itself. Qianbei noticed rays of light rushing out of the ship and shouted in astonishment, "It's Fairy!" The rest quickly rushed inside and found the source of the commotion. The initially calm Fairy was now emitting an immortal brilliance like a sun that was about to erupt. Her light seemed to be forming its own world. The most frightening part was that the power within was completely matchless. It seemed that this was an everlasting power that had been slumbering for countless years. However, it was waking up at this very moment. What was even scarier was her unstable status. Her expression kept on changing from happy to sad. Her unstable mood made this boundless immortal light unstable as well. This matchless power was about to explode at any moment. Even though it was still contained within her body, the escaping plumes of light were already frightening enough. These were mere insignificant strands of power. If the entire force of her world were to escape, it would be completely invincible and world-destroying. Not even an immortal emperor could top this. Crack! The bone ship couldn't withstand this escaping power. Cracks appeared throughout the ship at an alarming rate. If this were to continue, the ship will disintegrate completely. Crack! Splash! The sound of the ship crumbling was followed by the splash of water. Parts of the ship had fragmented and fell into the sea. The group was aghast while Lu Ruyan shouted in fear, "Stop her or this ship is done for." The Taoist shouted back, "How? Who can stop her?" His diamond physique couldn't even withstand a single strike from her. The physique that was supposedly indestructible seemed as soft as tofu. So who could try to stop this invincible woman? This was an existence on the level of emperors, so attempting to stop her was equivalent to courting death. Ruyan said, "Senior sister, try comforting her. We'll move to the deck to evacuate." Zhenshi was the most gentle among them, so she was the most suitable to calming Fairy. The group left while Zhenshi took a deep breath. She approached Fairy and softly said, "Little sister, take a deep breath and stabilize your emotions." Bang! She was only a couple feet away from Fairy, but the powerful force slammed into her. She was shocked and unleashed her blood energy in order to block the force, but it was futile. She was blown away and spun several times in the air before landing on the deck. Nevertheless, her churning blood energy made her spit out blood. "Sister, are you all right?" Ruyan quickly came and helped her up. Zhenshi was pale, but she managed to nod. She was only blown away and didn't suffer any internal injuries. Qianbei was frightened. He had seen Zhenshi's power before, but she didn't even have an opportunity to get close to Fairy right now. Crack! More cracks and crumbling noises appeared. A part of the hull has now fallen. "I'll give it a shot." The Taoist took note of this and made up his mind. He took a deep breath as his body lit up with a golden light. At this moment, he has channeled his diamond physique to its limit. He walked closer to Fairy while talking at the same time. "Miss, we bear no ill will and only want to help you. Please steady your thoughts." He didn't even get close before the same force assaulted him. He composed himself as his golden light gushed out and defended him while he closed the gap. Baz! However, the most terrorizing force in this world came crashing down on him. His body began to deform as if there was a great boulder on top of him, but he didn't give up and gritted his teeth to continue forward. Alas, this force from Fairy was too powerful. It continued to destroy his diamond physique. Even though this physique was capable of swift recovery, it was of no use under this pressure. Click! As he moved forward, the physique couldn't bear the force any longer. A long crack appeared on his body. He continued to advance, but more cracks appeared with blood seeping out of them. The diamond physique was now unable to heal his wounds at all. Bang! Ultimately, he failed to reach Fairy. His body was blown away in a worse fashion than Zhenshi. He flew out of the ship like a shooting star. Fortunately, Ruyan reacted fast enough and summoned a rope to drag him back to the bone ship. Otherwise, he would have fallen into the sea. Bang! At this time, the deck cracked while the ship was nearly split into two. What now? Qianbei was blanched with fear. Drowning will be their fate if this ship were to sink. We have to abandon ship, but there isn't another one we can transfer to right now. Ruyan's expression changed as she made this decision. Zhenshi looked at Fairy who was still sitting motionlessly inside and worriedly asked, What about Fairy? They had no solution due to her immortal brilliance. They didn't dare to approach, so they wanted to escape. However, there was no way of bringing her with them. If she were to die with the sinking ship, they wouldn't be able to face Li Qie. They glanced at each other in this difficult moment of powerlessness. Splash! Suddenly, a shuttle rushed out of the sea and jumped onto the deck. "Young noble, you're finally back," Ruyan quickly shouted while the rest was ecstatic. Li Qie was surprised to see Fairy's current state as well. He ordered, "Everyone get ready to abandon ship." Having said that, he took a deep breath and approached Fairy. However, the same thing happened to him. The moment he approached, a bone-crushing sound came about. Blood immediately stained his robe as her invincible power began to grind him down. Chapter 1362. While facing with Fairy's power, Li Qie shouted, "Activate!" His body turned bright with a sparkling radiance as the crystal physique activated. With its power, he quickly went to the rudder to control the bone ship. Several small boats were brought out. He shouted at the rest of the group, "Go!" They didn't dare to linger around any longer and jumped off the ship to maintain a safe distance. If they were still around once Fairy actually erupts, there would be no chance of surviving even if they were stronger. The ship also lit up under Li Qie's control. Dwindling runes emerged and began to repair the fragmented locations since they were facing the brunt of Fairy's power. At this moment, he summoned his heaven-sealing pentagate. With a loud blast, he used his Pentadeo timeless seal on this entire region. He sealed this bone ship not to protect himself, but to separate her from the bone sea. His initial goal was to use it to restore her memories, but its effect on her was too great, so he had no choice but to isolate her from the bone sea. Baz! His blood energy rushed out while the three vessels of life emerged above him. A new vitality encompassed Fairy. At this time, he released his 13 palaces and chanted a mantra in order to utilize the Grand Tao to affect her emotions. She was in a state of spiritual emptiness. Ordinary words spoken 10,000 times still wouldn't reach her, so he had to use the Grand Tao for communication. At the same time, he opened his own sea of memories. Countless memories emerged, both sad and happy. The past he didn't want to remember returned. He had to do this in order to connect with Fairy, to let her see his ups and downs, his joy and sorrow, the vicissitudes of life. The connection of feelings was the most persuasive method of communication. While Li Qie was unleashing his entire arsenal, the group was watching the sealed ship from afar. The Pentadeo timeless seal appeared with its 5 ancient creatures that turned into 5 eternal totems. The sun-consuming bird, the moon-eating wolf, the star-devouring ant, the heaven-shrouding eagle, and the earth-sealing rat. This made the bone ship as sturdy as an impregnable fortress. After seeing this move, the Taoist emotionally commented, "This suppression is completely untouchable and definitely comparable to a heavenly annihilation. How many people could actually penetrate this defense?" Qianbei's astonished expression made a return. Comparable to a heavenly annihilation? What an unbreakable technique! The two girls were actually worried about Li Qie. They weren't afraid of Li Qie lacking strength, it was just that Fairy was too terrifying. They couldn't see what was happening on the ship, so they could only wait things out. There was no movement on the ship, which only added to everyone's anxiety. Qianbei lost his patience and murmured, "Will he be okay?" Even the Taoist was worried. Hard to say. If he can calm Fairy down, then everything will be easy. However, the story changes if he can't. She is someone at the level of emperors. Even the strongest would feel like an ant in the face of this power and be subject to its wrath. Do you think she is an empress? Qianbei found it unbelievable. The group fell silent on this question. In fact, they still didn't know her origin or what she had experienced. Li Qie was the only one privy to this information. "I don't know." The Taoist gently shook his head. "Even if she isn't one, I'm afraid there is a power of that magnitude slumbering in her body. This is not a seal. It is simply sleeping. Perhaps it was due to her own choice, or there might be other reasons, but regardless of the reason, she definitely has the power of an immortal emperor. Even if someone in this generation were to accept the heaven's will and ascend to the throne, she will still be able to contend against them." The Taoist sighed after saying this. He knew better than anyone else after being struck by her twice. Her invincible power had left its mark on him. Qianbei was definitely surprised at such a high evaluation from the Taoist. If this was the case, Fairy was without a doubt a terrifying existence. Eventually, a loud buzz came about and the seal around the bone ship broke, revealing the ship before everyone. Compared to earlier, the damage to the ship was even graver. It was now at an unrepairable level. With the seal gone, the group relaxed and quickly jumped onto the ship. The moment they went inside, they saw Li Qie slumped over with blood everywhere on his body. There were countless cracks on his figure, making him look like a broken piece of ceramic. It seemed that even a gentle touch would make him fall apart. He was pale without any power left. The two girls hurriedly rushed over and asked with concern, "Young noble, how are you now?" Li Qie feebly opened his eyes and smiled. "It's no big deal. At the very least I won't die." They were relieved to see that he could still joke around. Ruyan looked over at Fairy, who was now lying in her coffin without the lid on, and asked, "Is she all right?" At this time, her body was no longer emitting any light. She was sleeping peacefully. Maybe she was having a good dream. She looked incredibly beautiful and magnificent. Who would have thought that such a beauty housed such an eternal power within her body? "I'm afraid she won't be able to wake up anytime soon." Li Qie looked at her and sighed. People were concerned about Li Qie and also curious about Fairy's origin. Her imperial-level power indicated her extraordinary status, but if Li Qie was unwilling to talk, they wouldn't press the issue. Li Qie shifted his eyes towards the group and said, "Let's go, it's time for us to get out of here." Gensher looked at his bloodied body and said, "But, what about your injuries?" Li Qie flatly said, "My wounds won't be cured right away, so we'll take care of them as we go. There's still another place I want to visit, so we can't linger here for too long." Having said that, he pointed at the rudder, lighting it up. The runic gears began to turn as the bone ship drifted out of this area. In the last 2 days, a message swept through the bone sea like a storm. Many cultivators had received it. A vast continent has emerged in the bone sea. This message blew up at an unbelievable rate. Some blurted in disbelief. A continent? Everyone knew that there weren't many vast continents outside of Godhalt in all of Heaven's spirit, let alone the Bone Sea. No one had heard of a continent in the Bone Sea before, so no, when such a large landmass appeared out of nowhere, how could people not be astonished? Many quickly traveled towards its direction. Rumor has it that Meng Zhentian, the profound monarch, the extreme young monarch, and the other geniuses were heading there as well. The news of their departure made the other cultivators even more impatient. Their intuition told them that this continent was definitely amazing. A great continent has appeared in the Bone Sea. Li Qie's group also heard this news after leaving the previous region. Finally, Li Qie immediately stood up. His serious wounds had yet to heal, so when he suddenly stood up, his body slightly trembled. The two girls immediately came to support him before he fell over. "Come, we shall go there as well." Li Qie's eyes turned serious as he issued an order while gazing at the sea. "What's over there?" Judging from his expression, they knew that this continent must be incredible. Li Qie replied, "There are some amazing things over there. More importantly, what you need is also there." Chapter 1363. What do we need? Both the girls were shocked and had to glance at each other. If there was something that they needed, it had to be the wind chase break. That's right, it's the wind chase break. Li Qie noticed their expressions and smiled. Gensher was pleasantly surprised and had to confirm, "Really?" He smiled in response. "Others might lie for a lifetime, but my words will always be true." After getting such a definite answer, the two girls became quite excited. In their eyes, getting back their lost wind chase break was a foregone conclusion. Li Qie had promised to help them if the opportunity came. They knew that he would stay true to his word and that he had the power to do so. At this time, with the help of Ruyan and Gensher, Li Qie stood on the deck. He called for Qianbei. "You have broadened your horizons after coming here and also obtained the items you deserve. We shall face unknown dangers ahead, so you should take your leave now. I will give you a piece of land in the future." Qianbei understood that it was time to leave and gratefully said, "Thank you, young noble and schoolmasters, for guiding me." He knew his limits and that the group might have important business to do. His shallow cultivation would only hold them back if he were to stay on the ship. Li Qie didn't say more and released a boat to take him back. After Qianbei left, Li Qie stopped watching and said, "Let's go, a lot of fun is waiting for us." The moment these words left his mouth, the ship suddenly sped up like a flood dragon leaping out of the sea with lightning speed. It quickly ran towards the continent that emerged in the Bone Sea. They could see this vast landmass in the distance. It was completely dark with no end in sight. There were rolling hills with peaks that pierced the sky as well as enormous mountains as far as the eye could see. It gave off an ancient and boundless feel, as if all of these elevations weighed tons and tons. Even a small mound seemed immense in this land. Before one knew it, they would suddenly sense these mountains press down on their chests and suffocate them. In fact, even before arriving, the crowd could tell that there was something different about this land. This feeling was amplified once they set foot on it and wouldn't dissipate. This everlasting aura diffused endlessly across the sky. It was also powerful and let people envision a scene of the distant eras where ancient beasts roamed about. At this time, many had come close to this continent and abandoned their bone ships to land. Of course, there were still rivers that consisted of the ocean's currents. Because of this, a few ships actually made it deeper inside. The outrageous part was that some were slowly floating in the sky. The bone ship the group was on no longer needed Li Qie's control. It was actually drifting in the sky towards the continent in a magical manner as well. Why is this happening? Zhenshi was surprised to see the floating ships. Li Qie looked down at the sceneries and said, "Because there is an incredible power here beyond comprehension." Though they didn't know the power of this continent, they definitely sensed something was different about its atmosphere. Ruyan curiously asked, "Young noble, why are you so certain that our wind chase break is here?" Li Qie smiled and replied, "What kind of continent do you think this is?" This question prompted the girls to look at each other. They didn't know anything about the landmass ahead. Li Qie jokingly replied, "It seems like your ancestors didn't leave behind records." The Taoist who has been standing aside to look at the mountains and rivers mused, "This is probably not a landmass." He continued with uncertainty, "I think this is the body of a primordial beast." The body of a primordial beast? Both the sisters were shocked. Prior to this, they had seen some huge skeletons that spanned several thousand or even 10,000 miles. However, this continent ahead seemed to be 10 million miles wide. If this was the body of a beast, just how big was it when it was alive? This was simply unbelievable. This would mean that all the corpses they had seen so far were essentially nothing in comparison. "It looks like you do know something." Li Qie glanced at the Taoist and chuckled. The Taoist didn't get complacent and answered honestly, "I read it from an ancient scroll in my sect. It was written by our ancestors after being told by the progenitor that the Bone Sea once had a continent. However, it floats up and down and could possibly be made from the corpse of a beast." Immortal Emperor Gu Chun, Li Qie emotionally commented, "Your scroll is indeed correct. If I'm not mistaken, your progenitor was lucky enough to come here before becoming emperor. His speculation is correct." Ruyan asked in astonishment, "What kind of monster is this? Why is it so huge?" It was a bit scary for such a creature to exist. After so many years, its body has turned into a continent, so its size when it was still alive could have been even larger. "Do you know how you lost your wind chase break or why it fell in this place?" Li Qie didn't answer right away and amused himself by asking a question first. The two girls couldn't answer this question. They knew that the wind chase break was missing, but no one from the sect knew why. Li Qie smilingly revealed, "This is related to the origin of your wind chase break." Zhenshi asked with doubt, "Wasn't it created by immortal Emperor Wu Go?" Li Qie nodded, "That's right, it was indeed created by the emperor, but do you know how?" The two girls couldn't answer this question. Immortal Emperor Wu Go's descendants had no way of knowing how the emperor created his invincible technique. Li Qie smiled and revealed, "Back then, your emperor watched the totems of an ancient beast while pondering its visual phenomena. With that, he was able to comprehend and create the unique and peerless immortal physique strike, the wind chase break." The two girls immediately understood what he meant right away and exclaimed in shock, "Our emperor has been here." "That's right, he was here before." Li Qie gently nodded. In fact, he wasn't the only one who had been here to ponder the Tao. Many emperors have done so for generations. They didn't come to the Bone Sea just for the treasures. "So what is this beast then?" Ruyan was still curious like the rest of the group. Even though the Taoist had read his records, it didn't state the beast that made up this continent. Li Qie slowly recited, In the northern darkness is a fish, and its name is Kuan. The Kuan is so large that no one knows how many millions of li he measures. He changes and becomes a bird whose name is Pang. When it furiously flew, its wings flapped like the gates of the 9 worlds and was able to jump across the 19 continents. A Kuan Pang. The minds of everyone present trembled after hearing this poem. They were too familiar with the verses because this poem described a legendary divine beast, the Kuan Pang. They were inevitably shocked after finding out the original form of this continent. A Kuan Pang. A mythical creature. Some even said that it was the most powerful of all divine beasts. For millions and millions of years, who has actually seen a real Kuan Pang? Even though the verses described its size, no one could actually visualize its behemoth form. Right now, the corpse of a Kuan Pang was right below their feet and had turned into a vast continent. This made them truly appreciate its enormous size and understand the visual description of the poem. Chapter 1364. Not even in their dreams would their group have thought that this continent ahead was made from the body of the mythical Kuan Pang. The Taoist regained his wits and asked, Is this really its body? Of course, he realized just how superfluous this question was after it left his mouth. Li Chia looked ahead and said, A Kuan Pang. Even if it was more powerful and invincible, it still couldn't withstand the erosion of time. Whenever this landmass presents itself in the Bone Sea, it would emit many wondrous lights. Immortal emperors who wanted to understand the mysteries of the Tao could learn from watching these strange lights. Look, a Kuan Pang's innate gift. How matchless and magnificent. It can only be considered a miracle. Ruyan couldn't help but ask after hearing the high praise. What is the gift of a Kuan Pang? Li Chia took his time appreciating the land ahead before answering. Its gift is having a primordial grand Tao. Because of this gift, it induces strange visions. Even emperors would want to come here to learn. All the ones that had been here obtained fruitful harvests. Can we still be enlightened? The Taoist became slightly excited. A place where even emperors would want to learn from? This was multiple times more precious than any treasure or merit law, at least for people with great talents like the Taoist. Li Chia smiled and shook his head. It's different now. Do you see any visions right now? So much time has passed that it has caused many things to vanish. The Kuan Pang's divinity. I'm afraid not much is left. You can no longer see the great brilliance and visions anymore. He paused for a moment before continuing. It was already incredible that its body could turn into a continent. Any other creature would have decayed to mere bones. This made the group realize the strength of the Kuan Pang once more. All of the skeletons here were powerful creatures, but ultimately, their death left them with nothing but bones. However, this Kuan Pang could turn into a continent. This was already horrifying enough. So divine beasts do exist in the 9 worlds. Zhenshe movingly sighed. Li Chia rejected this comment. No, this Kuan Pang does not belong to our era. The distant era it came from is not the same as our current 9 worlds. Even though that era was truly exceptional, a creature like a Kuan Pang would rarely appear. This was unexpected to the inhabitants of that time as well. Many things remain unclear about the past, but our 9 worlds can no longer give birth or even handle the existence of a creature at this level. How could such a mighty beast have fallen in this place? Ruyan thought of something else. This Kuan Pang is probably stronger than an emperor. Li Chia shook his head. It's hard to say about just how powerful it is. Even if an emperor dies and turns into bones, it doesn't mean that they are weaker than a Kuan Pang. A divine beast is unique. Plus, there are gaps between emperors as well. The group pondered a bit. They remembered that immortal Emperor Yen Shi stated that this realm had 9 levels. Even though their current cultivation and power left them unable to understand the realm of emperors, according to her words, one could see that there is a power disparity between the emperors. Your immortal Emperor Wu Go created the wind chase break here. Li Chia told the contemplating sisters. In this process, he carved the supreme mysteries of the technique onto a piece of bone. The two were startled after hearing this after connected the dots. Ruyan quickly exclaimed. A bone from the Kuan Pang. Li Chia nodded. Yes, a Kuan Pang's bone. The emperor did it in order to understand the attack even more so that he could fuse it perfectly with his immortal physique. Because he enlightened himself with the technique from watching the Kuan Pang's bright totem, he wanted to feel its power through its bone. Only with that would he be able to truly cultivate the wind chase break. Without doing so, Even if you forcefully learn it, the power of the strike would be greatly reduced and your immortal physique itself would be injured after using it. Here, he took his time explaining. I'm afraid none of the ancestors from your sect understand its true mysteries, but after learning the secrets, they brought this bone here to borrow the power of the continent to expedite the learning process. Unfortunately, these ancestors embarked on a path with no return. The two girls looked at each other. This was undoubtedly good news for them. At the very least, they knew where the wind chase break was located. They no longer had to search around like headless flies. Brother Lee, is it true that no more amazing brilliance and visual phenomena will come out from this continent? The Taoist was more concerned about this issue. He wanted to comprehend the Tao just like the wise emperors more than anything because his sect already had enough treasures. Comprehending the Tao, on the other hand, would benefit him for a lifetime. Maybe, maybe not. Li Jie shook his head. There might not be much divinity left after such a long time. If you are lucky, maybe you will be able to see some. Let's try to find a place like that. His hope was rekindled. Many had climbed up this continent. Some chose to abandon their ships while others used the rivers to float through it. The majority came here for treasures because the sudden appearance of this continent sounded promising. Moreover, the object of immortality might be hidden here as well. The place became very lively for a while. Some dug up every corner of the earth in order to find hidden artifacts, but they were disappointed very quickly. There were no signs of treasures. It was as if only mud and soil were to be found. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. Right when many cultivators felt upset, some people finally found places that spewed out a brilliance. In just one day, there were 2 known locations that people started running over to. They assumed that there were supreme treasures hidden underground or even possibly the object of immortality. However, this excitement didn't last long. One of the locations was instantly occupied and no one could interfere. This particular location was located in the middle of a ridge. The brilliance here made it seem like a magnificent portal to an immortal realm. It looked like a long belt that haunted the entire mountain. Little particles would fall into the ground and turn into profound ancient runes. Each of these Tao runes was like flowers and plants since they would blossom then wither. This whole process was very short as if they were deriving a supreme grand Tao. Many people started to palpitate before this scene. A knowledgeable paragon realized something right away and exclaimed, "This is not a place to find immortal treasures. It is meant for Tao enlightenment." By the time people realized, it was already too late. The area was occupied immediately, and those who occupied it had no intention of sharing. The person who took over was Meng Zhentian. His carriage slowly climbed to the top of this mountain. His generals and soldiers immediately drove all the cultivators away. This land initially didn't belong to anyone. A Tao land like this should be shared with everyone, but Meng Zhentian took it for himself. This made many people unhappy, but their discontent remained unvoiced. No one dared to oppose Meng Zhentian, so they quietly left after being chased away. His regiment surrounded the whole mountain, not allowing anyone to get close. A cultivator couldn't help but mutter against this overbearing action. Why so arrogant? This isn't your house. Everyone should have a share. So on what basis is he chasing us away? Before he could finish, his seniors had covered his mouth and quietly scolded. Are you tired of living? This is the future immortal emperor. Opposing him is the same as courting death. Even if you want to die, don't drag the sect down with you. Just like this senior, everyone was angry but didn't dare to speak out. They all knew that in the current generation, Meng Zhentian will be undefeated. Nothing can stop him. His momentum to reach the heavens was unstoppable already. Smart people would obediently make way for him lest a disaster strikes them in the near future. Chapter 1365. The other area with the great brilliance was at a lake inside the continent. When it emerged from the Bone Sea, the seawater flowed back which made up many rivers and lakes in the area. This lake with the brilliance was one of them. It was quite large. Standing on one side and looking forward made it seem like an ocean. Of course, because the water was the same as the currents in the Bone Sea, one required a bone ship in order to enter the lake. Because of this, the cultivators who chose to remain on their ships were much luckier than the ones who abandoned them. At this time, the center of the lake was already full of people with many anchored ships. There were some large ones present as well. The huge wooden vessels were made out of crocodile bone. This type of wood was very strange, contained a great amount of energy, and could only be found at the Bone Sea in very little amounts. Rumor has it that only the Roaring Conch had this type of wood, so they were the only sect who could create the wooden vessels to enter this place. Its progenitor was lucky enough to find some of this wood and began the construction of these vessels. Of course, this sect wasn't the only one who had them right now. For example, Meng Zhentian was sitting on a vessel gifted to him by the Roaring Conch. At this time, a huge building appeared on the lake. It looked like a huge altar made from some unknown rocks. On the altar was an octagonal tower also built from unknown materials. It carried an ancient and simplistic style. The entire tower wasn't decorated with sculptures or complicated lines. It seemed to be built directly from a huge boulder and looked quite rough, as if it was built by an uncivilized prehistoric group. They made it to be simple and practical. This type of tower was actually emitting strands of incredible lights, as if there was a supreme treasure within. These rays would also turn into archaic runes. After a while, these runes would transform into weapons that had ancient writings carved on them. These words seemed to be granting them incomparable strength. After the appearance of these weapons, the tower became heavily guarded like an uncrossable pond of lightning. Many cultivators were excited and wanted to enter the tower on top of this altar to see if there was an amazing fortune inside. However, whoever took a step forward would be attacked by the weapons present. They were mighty, like ancient divine weapons. It didn't matter how strong the intruder was, the weapons spared no lives. At first, there was immense excitement among the crowd as they scrambled to board the altar. However, screams came soon after due to the weapons floating above the altar. Even paragons were no exceptions. Activate! A god monarch didn't give up. He cried out and wielded a supreme weapon to rush towards the altar. He was quite mighty and rushed forward with great momentum. Rumble! He used his weapon to stop the offense and made it to the front of the tower. He was only inches away. At the time of success, a loud bang suddenly could be heard. A little tower descended from the sky, also with an octagonal style. However, it was much smaller than the real tower. A miniature version. Under the suppression of this little tower, everyone could hear a shrill scream. This god monarch was crushed to a bloody pulp. The spectators were creeped out with fear after seeing a god monarch die to a little tower. Shortly after, no one dared to venture near the altar again. They must think twice about their own strength compared to that god monarch just now. Eventually, one person stood before the altar with one sword. He attracted everyone's attention due to his dazzling style. Swift Tao Celestial God. Many shouted out his name after seeing his arrival. This name was no stranger to the crowd. As a celestial god on the path of the heavens, he was qualified to compete for the throne. However, his spotlight was stolen after Meng Zhentian came into being. Nevertheless, in the minds of many, he was still a powerful youth and a wondrous savant. They held their breaths and had their eyes fixated on his back as he entered the stage. Baz! His blood energy erupted, transforming him from a handsome young man into a celestial god. Bang! This energy condensed into a tall figure that emitted a heavenly aura. It looked as if he came from above with the will of the heavens. At this moment, the entire universe was within the youth's grasp. Suddenly, the crowd felt as if their lives were in his hands, as if he could kill them with a single thought. Even paragons were trembling in fear in the face of this grand figure. They felt insignificant before the swift Tao god. Clank! One sword to shake the 9 heavens. One slash to illuminate the entire world. In a split second he took action. His sword came swiftly without any complex techniques or variations. It carried his will that had entered the sword. It was ferocious and domineering. This was a slash that could end gods. Bang! 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 The weapons on the altar came to stop him, but they were split into 2 before his advance. Just like that, his sword put down thousands of his enemies' weapons. One sword was the ruler of them all, allowing him to rapidly move forward in an unstoppable manner. Everyone was shaken to see this, including ancestors from the Roaring Conch and kings from Treant lineages. Today they finally saw his strength. The god monarch earlier used his divine weapon to stop the onslaught of the weapons, but he couldn't destroy them. However, the swift Tao god's sword was able to break these artifacts. Such an invincible demonstration left many experts in shame and robbed many geniuses of their radiance. It was no wonder why people said that if Meng Zhentian didn't come out, he would be the most promising candidate to be emperor. This was truly not a phrase of flattery. He indeed possessed the strength. In the blink of an eye, he made it to the front of the octagonal tower. Boom! To be expected, the same miniature tower that had just crushed a god monarch slammed down again from the sky. Clank! The swift Tao god instantly slashed his sword towards the sky to suppress the incoming tower. Bang! Sparks flew everywhere with the successful block. The crowd was impressed once more. Earlier, that god monarch didn't even have a chance to resist and died instantly. However, a single slash was able to stop the miniature tower. They felt suffocated by this scene. The youth stood there with his lofty and invincible figure. Clang! 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 His long sword continued to echo while the miniature tower continued to press down. His sword was bending more and more. Further suppression could eventually break it. Chapter 1366. Bang! As the swift Tao god was being pushed down more and more, another loud explosion occurred. The huge image behind him fused with his body. With this fusion, his blood energy underwent an incredible metamorphosis. His divinity erupted, turning him into a real celestial god. His supreme prestige seemed to have been granted by the heavens itself. Clank! The hymn of the sword rang again. His sword turned as red as blood, as if all of his energy had been poured inside. It turned into a blood sword capable of splitting the heaven and earth. This sword seemed to suddenly come alive due to its vibrant vitality. It was as if the young man had granted it this chance. With a hymn, the bent sword became straight again. It was now capable of shouldering the sky to stop the miniature tower. All the spectators now saw two gods since his sword emitted a frightening divinity as well. Outside of being born in the wrong generation with Meng Zhentian, who else could contend against him? Many people were astonished to see his current form. Boom! 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 His sword continued to withstand the smaller tower while he walked closer to the real one. As he came close, the suppression of the small tower grew increasingly stronger. Even though his sword, full of divinity, was no longer bending from the pressure, his body was withstanding an unspeakable suppression. Despite his soaring blood energy, he was the one bending down instead. He was like a true dragon in the sky and tried his best to stand upright. Alas, even if he was stronger, he still wouldn't be able to sustain this situation. His body bent down again. He was only inches away, yet it was impossible to reach. Eventually, he let out one more roar. The divinity of the sword radiated a dazzling light as he unleashed a heaven-defying slash at the miniature tower. Boom! He used this attack to break the pressure from the tower and quickly retreated. Buzz! After he left the altar, the miniature tower disappeared. A light emerged again and gave birth to the same weapons that started to float around the altar. The swift Tao god quietly stood in front of this tower. The altar was protected by a powerful ancient force. As for the tower, it seemed to be guarded by the gods themselves. Anyone who approached would be suppressed with no way of entering. The spectators neither commented on nor mocked his failure. Even a god monarch had been slaughtered in seconds, so him coming out unscathed has already proved his might. Even a god king might not fare better than him. His failure made many people feel hopeless. They knew that there was a matchless treasure inside the tower, and even if there was no treasure, this was probably a great place to learn the Tao. However, what was the point of this great location if no one could enter? There was no one else for them to rely on. Even a god king might not be much stronger than the swift Tao god. Boom! Suddenly, the entire continent quaked. A loud explosion accompanied by an immortal beam rushed to the sky. Someone exclaimed after seeing this, "That's coming from the other location with the magical light." This blast came from the place exclusively occupied by Meng Zhentian. At this moment, the ridge was erupting with immortal light. A door had been opened, seemingly connecting to an immortal world. Screech! A phoenix cry suddenly came with a phoenix flying out of the door. L. Next was a dragon roar along with a true dragon. Roar! Then, a white tiger howled and jumped out. In the blink of an eye, the four divine beasts appeared from the door. A true dragon, phoenix, white tiger, and black tortoise surrounded the four corners of this mountain. The mountain itself unexpectedly exuded a radiance full of divinity that wouldn't disperse. It became quite a sacred location. Are these the mythical beasts in the legends? The spectators were shaken by this scene. The four beasts emitted auras that left them breathless. Even a god king was quivering because this force was truly fearful. They're not the real deal, they're only projections. A paragon slowly explained to the crowd after seeing through them. This didn't make the crowd any less frightened. Just their projections were this terrifying? What if the real creatures were before them? Wouldn't all of them immediately die from the pressure? Boom, boom, boom. Wondrous sounds came from inside the door with a very particular rhythm. Outsiders could only hear these noises and nothing else. It seemed that this was the sound of an immortal preaching a scripture, as if there were immortals on the other side. After hearing this rhythm, a genius understood right away and exclaimed, "It's Meng Zhentian. He's trying to ponder the Tao." A scared commenter murmured, "Will it be the Tao of an immortal emperor?" Someone from the older generation shook his head and clarified, "No, Meng Zhentian's self-created Tao could have accepted the heavens will long ago since it accepted him in the last generation. He is perfecting his own grand Tao before taking the last step to becoming a real emperor." Rumble. The moment these words fell, another burst of explosions came about. Violent lightning appeared in the clear sky. Each ray was as thick as a great serpent. They tore the sky vault apart and danced like wild snakes. The entire region was suppressed by the heavens. Heaven's spirit as a whole was affected. Bang! Suddenly, a blaring blast resounded. A huge palm shattered the sky along with all the massive lightning rays. This palm seemed to be engulfing the entire world. Billions and billions of existences were left to its whim. All were nothing before its grandeur. Even ordinary god kings felt as if they were ants that could be crushed at any moment. The sky lit up. The power of the 9 heavens and 10 earths seemed to be converging at this mountain. It gave the feeling that the master of the universe and myriad realms was presiding over this place. The inhabitants of heaven's spirit were aghast. The masses felt the impulse to prostrate and worship this power. It seemed to be representing the supreme will of the high heavens, as if a new emperor was being born. This force awakened everyone, including the unparalleled existences that had been slumbering. Many ancient monsters opened their eyes. One of the old monsters slowly commented, "It looks like Meng Zhentian is getting closer and closer to the throne. Who will be able to stop him from becoming emperor after the heavens' will is finished condensing?" The cultivators on this continent and the Bone Sea felt this domineering power. They fell to the ground, unable to withstand its pressure. Is someone about to become an immortal emperor? Even the powerful ones turned pale from fear as they watched the power gathering at the mountain. It might be very soon. Zhentian will become emperor the moment the heavens will appears again. Someone who was born in the same generation as Zhentian commented with a sigh. Back at the altar on the lake, even a genius like the swift Tao god turned serious and coldly stared towards the direction of the mountain. Someone at his level understood the significance of this phenomenon as well as the current gap between him and Meng Zhentian. "Come out, heaven's will, so that my master can become an immortal emperor." Chao Guojian was also on this lake inside a yin vessel. He was smiling proudly with an elated expression. He came here the moment the altar appeared. Seeing this scene left him quite proud with an arched chest. "Congratulations, Brother Chao. It won't be long until the heavens will comes out. Senior Meng shall be emperor then." The ancestors from the roaring conch who accompanied him quickly adulated him. The majority of the cultivators here were very envious while many wanted to start fawning Chao Guojian. This last phrase is an idiom referring to Pangu creating the world. Chapter 1367. Li Qi's bone ship continued to float through the continent. Along the way, they also felt the overwhelming power. Even the Taoist and the 2 girls were trembling before its might. Is Meng Zhentian about to ascend to the throne? Gensher's expression became heavy. The Taoist gently sighed and replied, "Not yet, but he's not far from that point. When the heavens will finish his condensing, he will be the one closest to immortal emperor. If there is no one else on the same level to contend against him, he is indeed the most promising. Don't worry, he can want to become an immortal emperor all he wants. But who else can take the throne but our young noble?" Ruyan looked at Li Qie and smiled. Li Qie's wounds had yet to heal, but he still burst out in laughter after hearing this. "Little girl, it looks like you are very confident in me." "Of course." She charmingly smiled with an anticipating gaze. "You didn't even bat an eye against this overwhelming power. It shows that you don't care at all about Meng Zhentian. These words amused him, so he responded, I, Li Qia, shall be the only one who reaches the throne. Others will only be the bones that pave my path. He uttered it in such an insipid and calm manner, yet it carried an overbearing tone. It made it seem as if he was already an immortal emperor, that he was stating a mere fact. The group was astounded to hear this manner of response. It showed just how great his confidence was. Who would treat an opponent like Meng Zhentian in such a frivolous manner? Only Li Qia would. It was difficult to imagine someone having this much confidence outside of being insane, but the Taoist knew that Li Qia was definitely not a madman. It took a long time for the people in the middle of the lake and altar to regain their wits. A paragon slowly revealed his understanding. This place is also meant for Tao enlightenment. There were 2 places on this continent gushing brilliance. Meng Zhentian had taken one of them, and his process of pondering actually gave off the phenomenon of an immortal emperor emerging. Thus, people understood that if they could enter the tower to learn, it would be a great harvest even if they couldn't replicate Zhentian's feat. However, the problem was that no one could enter, not even someone as strong as the swift Tao god. When all seemed helpless, more strange lights spewed out from the tower and turned into even more weapons. However, one of the rays actually turned into a shining boat. The cultivator closest to it grew curious and boarded it. Before the eyes of everyone, this boat actually drifted towards the tower while its passenger crazily shouted, I'm entering. Bang! Alas, his overzealousness betrayed him. He jumped down from the boat to rush into the tower, but the miniature tower slammed down and turned him into a pool of blood. The scene was quiet to the extreme. Suddenly, someone realized something and shouted, This boat can take people inside. Someone tried to cover his mouth, but it was too late. Everyone had heard him and reacted by wanting to rush towards the boat near the entrance. However, the quickest was the swift Tao god. He rushed over and stood by the edge to stop everyone while waiting for the light to appear again. Many stopped with the swift Tao god standing there. His power was as clear as day for all to see, so no matter who they might be, they must weigh themselves first before challenging him. However, this didn't mean that there weren't any challengers. A king came forward and confronted the youth. Nephew, make room for me. You can enter afterward. This king was a middle-aged man with a cold temperament. There was nothing exceptional about him. It was as if he wasn't the type to be imposing. Without great vitality, he was more of a commoner. His eyes might be quite sharp, but his cold expression seemed a bit glazed as if his face was paralyzed. In fact, not many people were able to recognize him, let alone know his origin. Such a conspicuous character actually dared to talk this way in front of the swift Tao god? This astounded the crowd. Who is this man? People quietly whispered in order to guess who this man was. The swift Tao god was unperturbed and flatly responded, Terra King, you are not qualified to act imperiously before me. The Terra King coldly said, Nephew, I am not putting on airs. Out of my love for talents, I am giving you a chance to make way. Such arrogance, wow. A cultivator found this astonishing. Even a grand god king wouldn't talk this rudely to the swift Tao god. The youth refused to show any consideration towards this king and refused with haste. Thank you for your consideration, but if you want to enter, line up behind me. This middle-aged man was aggressive, but the young genius didn't show the slightest hint of weakness. He arrogantly retorted without giving an inch. The spectators were pleased to hear this. An invincible genius should have this kind of attitude. Otherwise, the younger generation would be too repressed if any random could come up and push their geniuses back. Junior, this lack of sensibility won't do. You would rather choose the hard way instead of the easy way. The Terra King coldly spoke with a grim smile. Don't think that you are amazing just because you are from an imperial lineage. It won't end well for anyone who opposes me. At that time, even the swift Tao sacred ground won't be able to protect you. The crowd gasped after hearing this strong response. They felt that this middle-aged man had too big of a tone. The swift Tao god's might was no secret. As for the sacred ground, it had ample strength and resources due to being an imperial lineage. But now, this king didn't care about the sacred ground at all. This made people think of him as arrogant and crazy. The swift Tao god glared at him in response. Terra King, I am calling you a king due to your age. Don't think that just because you are from the ancestral Terra, I will show respect. Don't act all haughty before me. I know exactly who you are. It doesn't matter how strong your backing is. Provoke me and I'll cut you down as well as your ancestor if he comes out. The Swift Tao God's direct response didn't give any thought for the Terra King's aggressive words. He appeared even more domineering. The Terra King angrily responded, "Good, good, such a big tone. I want to see just how strong you are for even thinking about fighting my ancestor. Someone like you isn't worthy." Earlier, people felt that this middle-aged man was arrogant to the point of being ignorant. However, after hearing the name Ancestral Terra, they were shaken and didn't dare to comment any further. They finally understood that he dared to act this boldly against the Swift Tao God because of his powerful backing. The Ancestral Terra was a tree father's lineage. Some even said that it was the most powerful for having 3 tree fathers. Because of this, they could look down on the rest of the world and be praised as a sect capable of taking down imperial lineages. Outside of this, there was another ancestor close to being a tree father that stayed behind to guard the Ancestral Terra. He played a big role as to why Heaven's Spirit was afraid of their lineage. While the Swift Tao God and the Terra King were confronting each other, Chao Guojian and the Roaring Conch were sneering in secret without bothering to interject. After all, it was best for them if someone could kill the young god due to his promising future of becoming emperor. "It seems quite lively here," a leisurely voice sounded during this standoff. The relaxed tone broke the tense atmosphere and made people look back. They saw a bone ship floating closer with Li Qia's group on board. The speaker was Li Qia. Someone shouted after seeing him, "Fierce is here." Chapter 1368. Li Qia's arrival made the majority of the crowd fearful. In the present, his notoriety was well known. In the eyes of many, he would kill wherever he went and was more vicious than any of his contemporaries. He first refined a billion teeming fish, then destroyed Wyvern and the Blood Shark village as well as the Regal Valley just a while back. This valley was a sea god lineage and was even protected by one, yet such a powerful lineage was easily extinguished. Not even broken bricks were left behind, let alone buildings. Many eyes batted with his appearance. Some even felt a gripping horror. Today, his title of Fierce was not a joke. His path was destined to be riddled with the stench of blood and death. As for Chao Guojiao and the Roaring Conch's ancestors, their eyes turned fierce with a bloodthirst for his life. "He's wounded." Some people with sharp eyes noticed the fragmented ship and knew that he had experienced an earth-shattering battle. Moreover, Li Qia was pale and needed Ruyan and Jianshi to help him stand. This made his injuries even more apparent. Some had glimmers flash across their eyes, making their insidious intentions clear. This was, no doubt, the best chance for his enemies to kill him due to his grievous wounds. One couldn't be blamed for taking advantage of the situation. Moreover, the cultivation world obeyed the law of the jungle. Not everyone would try to act upright like a gentleman. Li Qia didn't bother looking at people, for his eyes fell on the ancient octagonal tower. He sighed and commented, "The wisdom of the forefathers is great beyond imagination." After a bit, Li Qia told the 2 girls, "What you want is in there." They were startled after hearing this due to both excitement and anxiety. Their schools had finally found the whereabouts of the wind chase break. If they could reclaim it, then this would be a great contribution to be recorded in their historical records. At the same time, they glanced at each other. The wind chase break was created by their emperor while watching the visual totems of a Kuan Peng. This tower with radiating lights was built on top of a Kuan Peng's body. Perhaps their emperor had been here before and even studied the Tao in there. Maybe one could learn the technique in this place, or else their ancestor wouldn't have brought along the beast's bone that eventually led to its disappearance. As Li Qia was looking at the tower, a person came out and placed his palms together to say, "Li Qia, it is time for us to settle our grudge." This person was quite young and wore a Taoist robe. He was quite dashing and, more importantly, his image was very neat and clean, giving off a very pleasant feeling. The master of the Immaculate Expanse is also here. Someone made note of this in their mind. Li Qia withdrew his gaze and looked at this Taoist. "Who are you?" This nonchalant response changed the man's expression. After all, he was a genius in Heaven's Spirit and could be ranked among the top experts. However, Li Qia's indifferent demeanor was not only ignoring him, it was also wantonly provoking him. The Taoist replied, "This Taoist is the master of the Immaculate Expanse. People call me Taoist Lin." Even those who had never met him before would be surprised to hear this name. The Immaculate Expanse Master has been rumored long ago to have a half-completion immortal physique. Some said that he was one of the best among ordinary god monarchs. If these two claims were true, then even a god king would have to give him some face. The Taoist slowly spoke. Li Qia, you killed my Dao attendant and my turtle general. You have crossed the line, so it is time for us to settle this feud. Today one of us will die. Having said that, his eyes turned cold and out came a blatantly murderous glint. He had declared his intention to avenge his lost followers. Of course, as the master of his sect, he should indeed seek justice, but many people took it differently. Even a fool could see that because Li Qia was wounded, this was the best time for the Taoist to challenge Li Qia. Taking his life while Li Qia was wounded was a must-seize advantage if revenge was on his mind. Normally, people wouldn't be optimistic about his chance. Even though he was a talented prodigy and could be considered quite famous for his cultivation and immortal physique, Li Qia's notoriety was at an all-time high. His momentum was so fierce that he was without rivals among the younger generation. No one would think that Taoist Lin had the slightest chance of success in this duel. Alas, Li Qia was currently injured. People mused the circumstances and found that this was a great opportunity. Even if the Taoist had to lose his reputation, he couldn't give up on this chance. Li Qia casually smiled, not really caring about this challenge. The Taoist grimaced after noticing his lack of interest and coldly uttered, Li Qia, as one walks through life, one must also pay their debts. Do you wish to be a cowardly turtle for the rest of your life? Since you have always boasted about being unbeatable and qualified to reach the heaven's will, come out and fight me. A coward will never become an immortal emperor. His goading made Li Qia laugh loudly, but Taoist Pure Sun stepped in before Li Qia could answer. Taoist Lin, if you wish to fight, I'll have a spar with you. If you can beat me by half a move, then you can find brotherly for revenge afterward. Pure Sun stood out to back Li Qia up. The group knew that Li Qia was tired from appeasing Fairy, so he wasn't suitable to fight. The spectators didn't recognize the Taoist. After all, he rarely showed himself, so he wasn't famous in heaven's spirit. Only those who interacted with the four branches might recognize him. Taoist Lin raised his eyes after seeing Pure Sun. Taoist Pure Sun? Taoist Pure Sun? Is that the sect master of the Pure Sun River? People were strangers to this name. Some even mistook his origin. Such a name was often confused with the Pure Sun River's sect master, another branch of Gu Chun. Of course, they were essentially the same sect. No, he's the lord of the ancient spirit island. Someone corrected the erroneous statement. Pure Sun calmly smiled and said, I would like to show my slight skills. Even at his level, he was still indifferent without great desires. There was no supreme aura or pressure coming from him. It was no wonder people didn't think he was that frightening. Taoist Lin was slightly alarmed. He wasn't a fool without eyes. Even though he had never seen Pure Sun in action before, he had heard of this person's tales and rumors about his diamond physique. He raised his voice. Pure Sun Island Lord, this is a personal feud between me and Li Qia. This has nothing to do with Gu Chun's four branches. So I hope you will reconsider. Pure Sun didn't mind at all as he replied. No matter. Let this be considered my challenge to you. Do you dare to accept or not? The crowd carefully considered his words. As a sect master of one of the four branches, he was actually going out of his way to interfere in order to help Li Qia. Many found this astonishing. While Taoist Lin was already too far in to back off, someone else came and stated, Pure Sun Island Lord, if you want to fight, I'll gladly entertain you. I'm sure you aren't afraid of accepting challenges. This was another youth with a crown on his head and a body that spewed out sun fire. An imperial aura engulfed the sky. The moment he stood out, the sun brightened. It was as if he was a god presiding over the palace of the sun. He was the one controlling the ups and downs of this celestial. Quite a few recognized his identity and exclaimed, Extreme Young Monarch. This youth was the Extreme Young Schoolmaster, a renowned and promising prodigy that exceeded even Taoist Lin. His extreme young physique was quite domineering. Taoist Pure Sun was not angry to see the challenge and smiled. Oh, so it's you. Do you want to interfere on Taoist Lin's behalf? It's fine if you think of it like that. The extreme young monarch indifferently replied. You should have thought of this outcome after stepping out for Li Qia. The four branches might be the leaders of the charming spirits, but it doesn't mean that you can do whatever you want. Chapter 1369. Pure Sun didn't become angry at the extreme young monarch. He simply smiled and said, "Brother Li and I have a personal friendship, so this has nothing to do with my 4 branches. Is that so?" The monarch sneered in response. This Li has no qualms in killing charming spirits at Heaven's Spirit. You, as the ancient Spirit Island Lord, as well as the 4 branches being the leaders of our race, don't want to eradicate the wicked and instead are actually helping him harm your own. The monarch took his time trying to persuade Pure Sun while pushing the 4 branches into a position antagonistic towards the charming spirits. This was his way of challenging the sect's status within the charming spirits. Even if him fanning the flames couldn't touch the 4 branches, it was fine to smear its reputation. After all, he didn't lose anything from doing this. He was much bolder compared to Taoist Lin because his sect was far more powerful than the Immaculate Expanse. The extreme Yang school didn't only have a grand completion immortal physique. Its progenitor was immortal Emperor Tai Yang. "You are nothing. It isn't your turn to gossip about my 4 branches." A tyrannical voice came about as a person descended from the sky. Someone shouted upon his appearance. The profound monarch. At this moment, the profound monarch's majestic aura loomed over the entire area. It was difficult for someone else to replicate this grand style. The extreme young monarch's expression changed with this newcomer because the profound monarch's reputation far exceeded that of Taoist Pure Sons. When it came to the younger generation in Heaven's Spirit, the profound monarch, Swift Tao God, Sea Shield Prince, and 7 Martial Goddess were the strongest. There was a big gap between them and the extreme young monarch and Taoist Lin. Of course, he had heard of a few rumors about Taoist Pure Sun. Nevertheless, he didn't buy into them since no one had seen the Taoist in action before. His strength was debatable, and some even claimed that he didn't live up to his name. The extreme young monarch coldly uttered, "Oh? Monarch, you want to play too?" With his suppressive and overbearing aura, the profound monarch retorted, "So what if I wish to interfere? You think your school is qualified to comment on our 4 branches, especially someone at your level? There's no need for my senior brother to take action. I alone can slay you." Do not think that the profound monarch didn't wish to exact revenge on Li Qie because he was weak and soft. In fact, he was the domineering type. It was just that he understood who he could and couldn't antagonize. If he could see through Li Qie and understand his capabilities, he would show no hesitation in cutting him down. But in his eyes, Li Qie was unfathomable. Those who opposed him have been devoured and destroyed. Because of this, the profound monarch didn't wish to involve the profound Sea dynasty in a war with Li Qie over his concubine. As for opponents at the level of Taoist Lin and the extreme young monarch, the profound monarch simply didn't care about them. If necessary, he would personally suppress these too. There was no need to call for the 4 branches. His dynasty alone was enough to crush the Immaculate Expanse. As a master who dominates his own region, he was fine when others knew their place and didn't provoke him. However, for violators, he would go all out to flatten their sections. This served to establish his prestige as well as to expand his territory and citizens. Thus, if this Taoist and monarch dared to oppose him, it would give him an excuse to mobilize his troops to their lineages. His declaration to kill made the extreme young monarch's expression quite ugly. He knew that there was a certain distance between the two of them, but these words were pushing it too far. Such a reversal took the crowd by surprise. Everyone thought that the profound monarch would have a life-and-death spar with Li Qie. No one expected for him to be on Li Qie's side. They found it astonishing since everyone knew that his favorite concubine, Gong Sun Mei Yu, was killed by Li Qie. Logically, the monarch should be aiming for revenge, so his actions left the crowd confused. "Monarch, you and I share the same enemy." Taoist Lin smiled and said, "This Li Qie has no inhibitions. He killed my followers as well as your beloved concubine. There's no need for an outsider to run their mouths about my business and feud." The profound monarch interrupted him. "Haha, profound monarch, don't tell me you are afraid of Li Qie?" Lin showed an implicative smile. The profound monarch's eyes turned serious. He snorted and replied, "Trying to goad me into joining your side? Very well, let me see your abilities first. Don't rely on your tongue to fan the flames without sufficient strength to back it up." Having said that, his blood energy erupted as if a deity has descended to this world. He spread his right palm and attacked. A visual phenomenon appeared alongside a palm as clear as jade. Devils would lose their souls under this attack and be suppressed for an eternity without a chance for reincarnation. Daoist Lin was shocked to see this move. In fact, this was the reaction for the majority of the crowd, including Chao Guojian's group. Everyone knew that the profound monarch's cultivation was exceedingly powerful. Not only did he bear the blood energy of billions of citizens with his kingdom, his right hand was equally peerless. Some even called it the right hand of God, a hand blessed by the deities. People believed that this right hand was untouchable and could fight against all kinds of weapons. Daoist Lin immediately retaliated. His physique turned bright when a blossoming lotus flower that carried immense holiness appeared. Each petal of the flower was the size of a thumb, but they could each support a world. Bang! Even this world-upholding lotus couldn't stop the profound monarch's right hand. The pale Lin staggered with his chest pumping up and down. Even though he was able to accept the palm, the disparity between the two was apparent. He was no match for the profound monarch. You dare to run your mouth with only this much power? The monarch sneered. Your immaculate expanse's stainless physique law can't compare to the void imperfection school's physiques. Only Schoolmaster Lu and Schoolmaster Zhua are qualified to oppose me in this regard. He was 1,000 times more aggressive than Daoist Pure Sun. You! Lin's expression turned quiet unsightly after being treated with this level of contempt. He was still a famous genius in the present after all. Profound monarch, you are going too far. The extreme young monarch shouted before moving to stand side by side with Daoist Lin. Too far. The profound monarch snorted. He didn't mind the two of them joining hands. He only leisurely answered, I still haven't commented on when you chose to accuse my 4 branches. Teaching the two of you a lesson right now is not going too far at all. Daoist Lin shouted back. Your arrogance is madness. There was nowhere to put his face after being treated with such disdain. The profound monarch's dominance was unceasing as he smiled. So what if I'm mad? Didn't you want to involve my 4 branches earlier? Very well, come, show me your abilities to do so. Everyone here turned slack-jawed due to this domineering display. They all knew that he wasn't a pushover. When he was younger, he had conquered all 4 directions to expand his dynasty in order to create a strong foundation. Such a conqueror was definitely not nice, so this was true to his character. Challenging the Immaculate Expanse and Extreme Young School at the same time. In fact, many people knew that he was strong enough to do so. Some older characters even thought that he was doing this on purpose, that he wanted nothing more than to send troops to suppress these lineages and expand his territory. In Heaven's spirit, the 4 branches were qualified to lead the charming spirits. If the Void Imperfection 3 schools didn't wish to interfere, no other charming spirit clan would dare to challenge their position. Moreover, these 2 behemoths have been friends for a long time. Some even thought that they had formed an unbreakable alliance since the olden age. Who would dare to challenge this kind of alliance in Heaven's spirit? The monarch haughtily said. Come, I'll take the 2 of you on since you 2 aren't qualified to challenge my brother. Daoist Pure Sun wryly smiled and reached out to stop the profound monarch. Junior brother, leave it to me. I started this, so let me end it. Chapter 1370. Pure Sun and the monarch grew up together. Although they walked different paths, their brotherhood remained strong. No one in this world understood the monarch more than Pure Sun. He could easily see that the monarch was deliberately taking advantage of the situation to sharpen his blade and ignite the fire of war for his own expansion. The monarch looked at Pure Sun before answering. If brother wishes to fight, I won't meddle in your business any longer. Having said that, he coldly looked over at the 2 foes and smiled. The 2 of you should be honored and praise your fortune that my senior brother is so benevolent. With that, he stood to the side without wasting more words. Regardless of the situation, he had always treated his senior brother with respect. In his eyes, Pure Sun was the chosen one, a peerless and incomparable savant. In fact, this wasn't far off from the truth. Pure Sun's talents were so incredible that he had few peers in all of Heaven's spirit. Daoist Lin and the extreme young monarch's expressions sank after hearing this unpleasant claim. I'll borrow my brother's words. Since the 2 of you are purposely dragging my 4 branches into this issue, I would like to see your supreme arts. Even though our 4 branches do not wish to compete with the world, it doesn't mean that we are easily provoked. I will represent my sect for this spar. If the 2 of you lose, then you will keep your mouths shut from now on. If I lose, Then my sect will not pursue this matter any further. His words were plain yet powerful. There was a touch of overbearingness within the calm delivery. There was no room for negotiation after this resounding statement. Good. If you want to fight, the two of us will entertain you. Lin and Extreme Yang glanced at each other before agreeing. After being blatantly humiliated by the profound monarch, the two of them must regain their face at all costs. In their eyes, the profound monarch would be forced to fight if they defeated Pure Sun at this moment. Pure Sun stepped on the shore and slowly said, "We'll fight on shore." The other two quickly followed him. They stood on both sides in order to form a pincer formation. The profound monarch snorted after seeing this. In his mind, his brother was the only one in heaven's spirit that could contend with Meng Zhentian, so these two had no chance of fighting him. "Gentlemen, make your move." Pure Sun stood there as if he didn't notice their pincer tactic at all. He carried himself with great equanimity. "Excuse us then." The two didn't hold back and attacked at the same time. Daoist Lin performed a finger attack, causing a tsunami to rise with blaring blasts. The extreme young monarch unleashed his seal of the sun. A three-legged golden crow screeched as its sun fire terrorized the world. Fire and water were coexisting yet antagonistic elements. This combination attack was actually quite excellent. It was as if they could read each other's minds. When the fire and water reached harmony, their amplified power aimed to crush Pure Sun. The nonchalant Daoist swung both of his sleeves and quickly dispelled both the tsunami and sun seal from his opponents. His first move had already taken the other two by surprise. Even though they didn't go all out, a casual swing of the arm was enough to dispel their attacks. This power far exceeded their imagination. Die! These two weren't pushovers. After noticing the Daoist's extraordinary power, they cried out and used their weapons at the same time in their attack like eagles swooping down from above. Their weapons were impeccable since they were immortal Emperor true treasures. Loud explosions came about with monstrous, raging divine flames. Many marveled these weapons. To have such tyrannical weapons in their arsenal, their two sects were indeed resourceful. Pure Sun showed a carefree smile in the face of this attack. He was smooth like flowing water and floating clouds. With both hands working together, the Grand Tao easily appeared. He used the simplest and most direct method to rout the attacks. Rumble! The battle waged on. Lin and Extreme Yang showed no mercy as they continued their fatal techniques while the Daoist remained carefree from start to finish. His sword never left its sheath as he resorted to dispelling the other two's attacks with simple techniques. His wondrous skills shocked the entire scene since people had never seen him in action before. No one expected for him to be this mighty. Chao Guojian and the Roaring Conk's ancestors were startled as well. Due to his quiet way of life, few people knew his true strength, so this battle exceeded their expectations. Mere fireflies challenging the moon's brightness. The profound monarch sneered while watching the fight. He saw that his brother was on an entirely different level. Li Qie smiled while shaking his head as well. Pure Sun simply didn't feel like killing. The moment his ancient purity blade leaves its sheath, killing these two would be far too easy. Li Qie stopped caring and looked over at where the Swift Tao God was standing. "You sure found the right place, but blocking the entrance like this is useless. You can't enter." The youth didn't answer while the Terra King continued to stare him down. It was obvious he wanted to take action. Li Qie chuckled and continued. "Scatter. I am the only one qualified to enter. Do not block my path." This domineering statement offended everyone present. Many people changed their expressions. Some even glared at Li Qie. What took people by surprise was that the youth pondered for a moment before answering. "I owe you a favor, so I shall repay it today. The spot is yours." Having said that, he conceded the spot. The favor he was referring to was when Li Qie spared his senior sister, Sima Yujian. Of course, this was his one-sided thinking. Li Qie only smiled and didn't respond to this remark. Once the Swift Tao God gave up the position, Lu Ruyan's figure flashed in order to occupy the entrance for Li Qie. She was fast, but the Terra King, who had been eyeing the position, was even faster. He swept by and blocked Ruyan from the entrance. Ruyan's eyes turned cold as she threatened. "Terra King, be smart and stand to the side, do not block my way." The king struck back with a chilling demeanor. "Schoolmaster Lu, don't bother being aggressive. I was here first, so I will enter first. This is how it should be." Ruyan retorted. "Is that so?" I don't mind stepping on your body to get past. There was no need to explain the importance of the wind chase break for the void imperfection schools. They must enter the octagonal tower in order to prevent this technique from falling into the hands of others. For the girls, it didn't matter who tried to stop them. They would meet God, slay God. Meet devil, slay devil in order to reclaim their technique. Li Jie couldn't help but laugh after seeing Ruyan's bloodthirsty aura. He told her, Ruyan, you don't have to be so tense. He isn't qualified to enter, but of course, daring to take my position is deserving of death. Ruyan felt at ease after hearing this, but she maintained her aggression. Scram now, or do I have to step over your body? The Terra King was very tyrannical as well. He must enter the tower as well, so he sneered and spoke. Schoolmaster Liu, others might be afraid of your void imperfection schools, but my ancestral Terra doesn't care for it. Today, if there is only one person who can enter the tower, it will be me. I'll kill everyone who gets in my way. The crowd glanced at each other again. Everyone was acting very strange today. They were all hot-headed with overbearing tones. Few knew about Pure Sun, and the same goes for this Terra King. They were aware of just how strong the ancestral Terra was, but this person's tone was too much. A mere puppet dares to bluster before me? Li Jie shook his head. Tell your old man to crawl out. He might be worth my time, but as for a puppet without a soul like you, get the hell away from here. The Terra King's expression greatly shifted. He was very annoyed since Li Jie had revealed his shortcoming. This was the one thing he didn't want to hear others talk about. He certainly didn't want to be low-key in life, but he had no say in the matter. If this problem didn't exist, he would have soared to the 9 heavens and even embarked on the road towards becoming a tree father. Li, you only have a few days left to act all smug. There's no need to wave your dogtail around. There are many experts in heaven's spirit, and your existence doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Before being qualified to compete for the heaven's will, tuck your tail between your legs and start acting smart lest you die a sudden death. The Terra King yelled back without any reservation. It looked like he wasn't afraid of anything. In fact, he was indeed untethered from having any apprehension. Even the roaring conch and Chao Guojian had to give him some respect, so who should he be afraid of? Chapter 1371. The Terra King was discontent. Even though he rarely showed himself, many great figures treated him like an esteemed guest, especially those who knew more about his identity. They were even more respectful. With this being the case, he was quite arrogant. However, Amir Jr. was looking down on him today, so how could he not be enraged? Li Jie couldn't help but laugh after hearing the Terra King's strong rebuttal. He smiled and said, Many experts in heaven's spirit? I won't deny that. As for tucking my tail between my legs before being qualified? Ha ha ha, if I'm not qualified, no one else is. Who will be emperor but me in this generation? This arrogant response made people glance at each other. Their first reaction was to check Chao Guojian's expression. Everyone knew that his master, Meng Zhentian, was the most promising candidate. Li Jie's response was not putting Meng Zhentian into his sight. Such a big tone. Chao Guojian turned cold and uttered, You think you are qualified to compete against my master? Li Jie turned to look at him before leisurely asking, Who is your master? Guojian knew that Li Jie was doing this on purpose, but he was still annoyed all the same. Not many in heaven's spirit would dare to treat his master like this, not even the ancient existences. Guojian sneered and proudly declared, My master is the #1 of heaven's spirit, Meng Zhentian, someone comparable to immortal emperors. Even immortal Emperor Ta Kong called him older brother. He used this chance to assume a lording posture since Li Jie dared to provoke his master. Never heard of him. Li Jie laughed. Nowadays, even a random street dog will dare to say that they are comparable to emperors. It's too much self-flattery. Guojian pointed at Li Jie with a trembling finger. You! People glanced around with astonishment in their minds. Fierce evaluation of Meng Zhentian was simply outrageous. This comment must have been the first of its kind in all of heaven's spirit. Mocking him as being a nobody was surely suicidal. Those who opposed him would most likely be dealt with by his disciples before he even does anything. Ignorant fool! A roaring conch's ancestor who was standing next to Chao Guojian came out and coldly said, Li Jie, you have been arrogant for long enough, it is time for our roaring conch to deal with you. You have killed my disciple, A crime worthy of 10,000 deaths. At this time, these ancestors stood out with Chao Guojian because their sect had sided with Meng Zhentian. Last time, Guojian failed to win the Void Imperfection schools over, so he went to see the Roaring Conch. At first, they were in no rush to kill Li Qie since in their minds, his death was only a matter of time. They simply wanted to watch and were quite pleased to see the 4 branches getting involved. It was even better when the Void Imperfection schools were intentionally opposing the ancestral Terra. Guojian couldn't help but jump out and fan the flames. For both Meng Zhentian and the Roaring Conch, a chaotic world was all benefits and no harm to their plans. It was best if all of these behemoths were trapped in a continuous war. However, Li Qie was unexpectedly overbearing and directly provoked Meng Zhentian, so they had no choice but to get involved. Who is your disciple? Li Qie glanced at this ancestor from the conch without a care. This ancestor was livid to hear this. A junior was acting this haughty before him. He wanted nothing more than to tear Li Qie to pieces at this moment. Junior, as the resplendent God King, I won't stoop down to attacking a wounded junior like you, but since you are so suicidal, I'll take your life as revenge for Yenner. Resplendent God King. At the start, many didn't recognize this ancestor from the Roaring Conch. After all, he rarely showed his face in public. However, his title had shaken them. An old paragon startlingly exclaimed, according to the rumors, the resplendent God King is a descendant of a true god. This ancestor was a famous God King from the Roaring Conch who had been famous since his youth. He was Shangguan Fian's master and commanded a pivotal position in his sect. Despite being a sea demon, he also had the blood of a true god. Rumor has it that his ancestor was an invincible true god. He himself was a heavenly God King. This, in combination with his divine bloodline, allowed for him to look down on the majority of the other God Kings. Ah, I remember now, Shangguan Fian, right? Yes, I killed her. Li Qie laughed as if he had just remembered who it was. Resplendent was annoyed by Li Qie's pompous attitude that ignited a flame in his heart. He lost his patience and stepped out to declare, Junior, come out here and accept your death. I'll take your dog life in just 10 moves. In a split second, many people held their breaths and stared at Li Qie. They all knew that Fierce was extremely powerful, so they wondered if he was a match for the resplendent God King. Gensher, who was supporting Li Qie, slowly uttered, I will take you on in young noble's stead. This piqued the crowd's interest. A few of them were amazed and struck with envy at the same time. They didn't know what kind of charisma this kid had to be able to make the 2 schoolmasters accompany him for so many days. This luck was truly jealousy-inducing. Schoolmaster Zhua, if your school stoops so low as to work with a human junior, then my Roaring Conch won't mind becoming your enemies. And you alone are not my match, so you and Schoolmaster Lu should come at the same time so I can see your supreme physiques. The God King didn't find this surprising at all and sneered. He was correct that his sect had no reservations about becoming enemies with the Void Imperfection schools. The moment they chose to stand with Meng Zhentian, they steeled themselves to fight against the 3 schools. If they could actually defeat the 3 schools one day, then that would establish their top status at Heaven Spirit. Such a possibility was quite probable in their minds. After all, they were optimistic about Meng Zhentian. All would be solved the moment he ascends to the throne. Then it's time to fight. Ruyan chuckled. As if our schools are afraid of your Roaring Conch. We're waiting for your declaration of war. Ruyan was much more overbearing compared to Gensher. She laid everything out in a fiery manner. In just a moment, the atmosphere felt tense. On the surface, this seemed to be a personal grievance, but on a deeper level, it was the competition for the throne in Heaven's Spirit with the many powers picking sides, choosing between Li Qie and Meng Zhentian. Everyone could now see that the Roaring Conch sided with Meng Zhentian while the Void Imperfection schools were on Li Qie's side. At the same time, Gu Chun's 4 branches also basically chose Li Qie. From this particular perspective, Li Qie had 2 behemoths behind him, so he had an advantage over Meng Zhentian. Nevertheless, people were still more optimistic about Zhentian. Even though they could see Li Qie's strength, there was still a gap to go before he could reach Zhentian. The resplendent God King stood next to the Terra King and coldly said, Very well, I'll defeat you 2 right now. It won't be too late to take his dog life afterward. It's fine, I got this. Li Qie smiled and waved his sleeve the moment the 2 girls were about to take action. He joked, If the 2 of you keep on protecting me like this, others will actually start to think that I am a weak ant that needs to rely on women. Jianshi worriedly began after seeing his desire to fight. Young noble, after all, they were clear on just how grievous his wounds were after being injured by Fairy. Even Taoist Pure Sun couldn't handle her with his diamond physique. There's no need to worry, he's only a heavenly god king, an ant that can't reach the apex. Li Jie casually smiled. Everyone present turned silent. This was a heavenly god king, yet he spoke as if they were no different from an ant. This was truly outrageous. Resplendent almost vomited blood from anger as he shouted. Ignorant child, come. What's the hurry? Killing you couldn't be easier. Li Jie laughed and sat down on the deck in a lazy manner. People had nothing to say after seeing his display. He looked completely exhausted and had no semblance to a master. He was more like a hoodlum. Ha Li, don't tell me your legs have turned weak from fear? You probably shat yourself and can't stand up anymore. Guajian sneered while deliberately mocking him. This was his payback for the humiliation he suffered last time. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.